Okay. I am making dominoes. Like what dominoes? Dominoes. Look at I'm looming them. I can only do 8 at a time on my loom. I would do like a crap load on the other. Well, it's not a loom, it's a jewelry tray, but my jewelry tray is all full up of jewelry that I haven't photographed yet. So 8 at a time. They're good little stopping points as far as completing things go. You know, complete 8, then I can allow myself a different project, and then I can come back to this and complete 8, and so on and so forth. I think I'll need somewhere between like 35 and 55, so I'm gonna make 56, and if there's any extras, I'll do something else with them. But I want enough for the bracelet at minimum. Alright, so they all have this little gray row that's going to be a connecting row. But I'll show you what the base project is that I'm going off of in a little bit. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You guys know me, I love doing weird stuff with Loomwork. If I can't do weird stuff with Loomwork, then what's the point, right? Come on, get this first row in there. There we go. This is the gray row, and then I get to work on the domino itself. And the gray row is for the purpose of attaching to the base bracelet when I start the assembly of the bracelet. So it's an anchor row. And then I have the full domino above it, and then, yeah. So I'm making a red domino, I'm making a 6-2 domino. Starting on the 2 side, the bottom. Goodness, okay. This one's red with white dots. 5, 6, 7. Hey, what?
You didn't talk to giraffes.
I didn't talk to giraffes. I'm sorry. I didn't make the bed this morning. What? I didn't make the bed. I'm sorry. I was waking up to try to go grocery shopping with you, and then you weren't here.
I already done did it.
You already done did it. Thank you.
Sorry. You don't like going anyway.
Well.
You don't.
No, but I want to spend time with you. So, hi. I'm making dominoes. Nobody. Well, one buddy yet. Dominoes.
Oh, your library?
Uh-huh. That's okay. Yeah, I'll be here if you need me. Okay. Yeah. Liz said hi yesterday when I popped into her stream, so.
Okay.
Yeah. She says to tell you hi when I see her. What? My friends like you, it's allowed. Well, your friends probably like me for some reasons, too. Share some of the same taste in weird crap as they do. Okay. So, yeah. So, Loomwork is one of those things, guys, that I just absolutely love. This was my first introduction, like real introduction to beadwork. Like, I had a couple of false starts when I was a younger kid, but Loomwork is what really hooked me. And most people are like, but why do you loom? There's so many threads to deal with in the end. And I'm like, yeah, that's the trade-off for going fast, is you have to slow down and deal with the ends somehow. But you'll see me working with those as well this stream. 4, 5, 6, 7. Especially since the dominoes themselves are super small. They're only 15 rows. And 7 beads wide. Like I said, I can only do 8 on here. Like, there's room for far more than 8. But if I want to be able to weave in the ends, I have to cut them in the middle on both sides, which needs to give me enough room to weave them in. So I can't really, 1, 2, 3, yeah. I can't really skimp there, so. Alright, and this is really my only loom. Like, I don't have any others. I had a jewel loom at one point, but I hated it. There's nothing wrong with it. But I don't like the rocking motion because it's a bow-shaped loom, you know, with a little tension bar in the middle. I don't like the rocking motion that it did. Like, I like my looms to stay flat on the table. And I've never had an upright. Well, no, that's not true. I did have an upright. It was a convertible. It was upright or horizontal, whichever you wanted. That was handmade, that I bought on eBay when I was like in 10th grade or something. I didn't keep it around forever. 6, 7, because I didn't think I would end up doing another big tapestry project after, like, I gave up on Starry Night. I tried to loom Starry Night at one point in my life. And the problem with it wasn't because I wasn't ready to do a big piece, because I was. It was the program I was using to chart it was just not good. And that program is still not good. And so just because of the difficulties I had with reading the printout, and it was just not set up well. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I just never attempted to do a big tapestry piece, like, ever. You know, and I think I would like to do a huge ass loomed piece like that. That would be fun. These days now, I think I could do it. I think I'd be fine. It would drive me crazy being on the loom for like 2 or 3 years while I did it, but I could, I think. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See, I'm almost at the middle of the domino. Got the whole bottom half done. This is the 6-2 domino. I'm doing all 3 colors because I like all of them. I don't want to have it be just a monotonous color palette, so I would like to change it up just enough to keep me interested and make me remember where I'm at. But yeah, domino bracelet. 3, 4, 5. And you're like, how are these individual dominoes going to be a bracelet? Well, this one wasn't exactly my idea. This was actually Sharon Bateman's. The dominoes was Ixo's idea, so we have him to thank for the cascading dominoes idea. But it'll make sense once you see the base project, the inspiration project here. It's actually on the cover of Contemporary Loom Beading by Sharon Bateman, but my cover is covered in ILL stickers. Yeah, so this is from another library, and I can't take the stickers off. But I am doing the cover project, which is in here. It took me several attempts to try to figure out how this piece is made. There we go. I'm just gonna hide the instructions. Let me see if I have a piece of paper, or I'll just use the bead mat. There we go. Not showing instructions on streams, that's rude. Even though it is a library book, and I'm learning this one for free. But this is the piece I'm making, the tag bracelet. And basically what you do is you make all the individual little pieces, and that's what I'm doing. And then when you have enough of them, you weave them into the bigger Loomwork, which is this. And I've always been fascinated by the idea of this bracelet. Like, there's no possible way it is practical to wear. There's no way it's comfortable. There's no way it's, you know, decent to wear. But it could be. You don't know. I've never actually tried it, so I'm trying it now. Yeah. Yeah, so I gotta make all the little pieces. And this one is like 40 something. But I'm gonna make 56, and if there's any extras, then I'll do something else with them. And I'm debating if I want to do, because I've done a loomed buttonhole before, like that. But I'm debating, however I do my toggle, if it's a button or if it's like, I might do a right angle weave domino. I'm debating if I want to have it attached at the end here, at the terminal, or if I want to weave it into the base, you know, which that's kind of my preference. So I'm going to follow an old tutorial of mine to weave it into the base, more than likely, you know. I think that would be super cool. That way it overlaps better, and still, instead of there being just this gap here, it would have an overlapping segment where there's the button behind and there's a buttonhole on top. That way you have a whole solid block of beadwork, and then you have the tags flipping back and forth. It's like a cha-cha bracelet, basically. Like, I both love and hate cha-cha bracelets. They're so gaudy. But they're so fun at the same time. Like, they're fun to play with. So yeah, the instructions are here. They're underneath the bead mat. But this is the piece I'm working on, which happens to be the color. But this book is by Sharon Bateman. The projects are varied. A lot of them are good. A lot of them are strange. Like the home decor ones are super strange. It's just not my taste. Let's just say that. It's not my taste. It's like looking through a Mackenzie Childs magazine. You know, things like lanyards and amulet purses. Like, I haven't seen an amulet purse in like years. I've never actually seen anybody wear one. Checkbook cover, because, you know, we all need one of those. Kind of miss the days of checkbooks. Life was simpler then. Like a cell phone case for your Motorola flip phone. I love it. I love it so much. Oh, this one gets me the most though. Is the switch plate cover. Like, I can't want to even do that. It's so bad. But this was published in 2009. So this is definitely, a lot of the projects in here are definitely early 2000s. Early mid-2000s projects that were published in 2009. You know, this one's kind of nice. I like this one. I might do that with the leftover dominoes, because I know there'll be leftover dominoes, so I'll probably do that with them. Maybe even earrings, because there's earrings too. Or maybe a different bracelet. Oh, no, earrings. More than likely earrings. Yeah, there's a bunch of cool stuff in here. And more important than the projects, you know. For most beading books, I gravitate towards how well I like the projects. This is one beading book that I actually want to own someday. It's at least $30 on Amazon, I think. More or less, depending on how many copies are available. But this book is 100% worth it for the technique section. Like, that warp weaving tutorial I have, I learned here. It's a technique, you know, and it's a free tutorial of mine, because techniques should be free, you know, which is why I don't mind showing techniques on stream, but showing projects themselves is kind of taboo. This technique section is golden. This is worth this is worth so much. So much. And yeah, the beads she's using are going to be irregular, but they're just practice samples, you know. This page and this page. These 2 pages, 3 pages. This page and these 2 pages is worth its weight in gold. Like, it's fantastic. It's the best most life-changing thing you will ever see if you are a loom worker. Like, pages 29 to 31. Those are golden. The rest of it is great and good information, but this is what changed my life, you know, just this one image, all on its own. It's like, this is what beaders need to know. This is what loomers need to know. Needs to be common knowledge, and it's just not. It's just not. But thanks to Sharon Bateman, at least my work can look fantastically gorgeous because of this book. This is also super cool. Like, I want to do this. I want to weave with pre-woven strips of Loomwork. Like, so cool. Anyway, I love this book. This book I need to own at some point in my life. Like, I would start an Amazon wish list just so I can own this book. Like, I would link an Amazon wish list to my stream just so I could own this book. I'm not kidding. There you go. But that's what I'm working on today. It's so great. But I was looking at it the other night while Ixo was cooking, and he came over to give me a sample of whatever. He was making chicken. And he looked over after he handed it to me and he said, you know, do that but dominoes. I'm like, you're absolutely right. I need to do this but dominoes. And so that's what I'm doing. Okay, so there's my bead mat. Come on, hold on. I'll go back over there. Here's my beads back out. My nose itches. But, so, after that, I went and I charted 56 dominoes. Woohoo! So a set of dominoes is 28, but 28 is not going to be enough for the bracelet, and I want them to alternate colors, but also go down in order. So I did 2 sets. So this is the first set, these first 4 rows, and this is the second set, these second 4 rows. There's no set of dominoes in existence that has all 3 colors. You know, if I did a whole nother set, then technically I'd have 1 set of each color, but I don't think I need. That's 28 times 3, like something 4. $84? I don't need 84 dominoes. That's too much. That'd be enough for like 2 bracelets? Like, no thanks. I don't need that. 56 is plenty. So I am on the 6-2 domino. This one is red. Yeah, I charted this the other night while watching Angel. Zoom back in so you guys can see the rows as I make them. But yeah, I found with Loomwork it's just easier to zoom into the part I'm working on than it is to show the whole loom, because then you can't see the beads individually, which sucks. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But yeah, that's how I came about working on this piece. I've always wanted to make it anyway. Well, not domino specifically, but I've always wanted to use this method of attaching dimensional pieces to Loomwork ever since I first saw the cover of that book. It's a good book. I really love it. Like, There are a fair amount of things in there I would actually make as well. 5, 6, 7. Yeah, Sharon Bateman is one of my beading heroes. Like, I don't know the lady personally. I just know her work. Some of her work. Sharon Bateman and Ann Benson both are just like the educators I grew up with. You know, if I had to recommend books to anybody, I'm going to recommend what I grew up reading, you know. And I want to add this to my personal collection, which is, you know, currently fewer than like 10 books. Do I still have the Beater's color palette? Oh, I'd be so mad at myself if I got rid of it. I think I still have it. Yeah, I do. Okay. Yeah, I do. Okay. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that it? Yeah. I have 7 beading books. 4 of them are geometric books, which is okay. 2 of them are the contemporary geometric beadwork books, and 2 of them are Jean Powers geometric beadwork books, because her stuff was going to be added to the contemporary geometric stuff, but there was so much of it that they decided that she could just publish her own. And that's a really good basic for like all the really basics. 5, 6. I need 7. I can't count. I also interlibrary loaned Diane Fitzgerald's shaped geometric or shaped bead. What is it called? It's over here. Shaped beadwork. This one. And with the exception of like a couple of things in here, most of her work doesn't appeal to me as far as like style goes. There's a couple things in here that I might, you know, end up wanting to make but for myself at some point, but not necessarily. Or at least the day I flipped through it, nothing appealed to me. But the technique section is great because she teaches you how to do teardrops and like open teardrops, and knowing the specific increase patterning for hexagons and pentagons and squares is fantastic for weaving them flat, and also like diamonds, like how to weave the diamonds. That I think is fabulous. Oh, and ovals and like teardrops. So the basic hexagon, I could have really used this, was it last year or the year before? Because I had to make a top hat, a little miniature top hat. And the only way to make it round in appearance would have been to do a hexagon increase. And it was actually really hard to find just a basic flat stitch chart for hexagons. And I don't know why. It's like, I don't know, triangles and squares are far too common, but pentagons and hexagons are just far less common in the beading world. I'm like, come on, somebody's got to have done this. But yeah, you've seen me make so many triangles, guys, so many triangles. But they also have basic squares. I'm so happy. Because anytime I have to make flat geometric shapes, you know, squares, pentagons, hexagons, I'm always like at a loss as to when and where to increase. And there's seemed to be a bunch of different ways to do it. And this book was just really nice as far as the intro section, the making of the shapes and the making of the like shapes with holes in them was, I found to be super helpful. But the projects themselves aren't really anything I'd make myself. I heard something. Wait, home slice. Thank you for the sub. Oh my gosh. How are you doing, my friend? I love and miss you. I love and miss you. was life? What are your thoughts on the banning of mouse? And what county was it in Tennessee? Oh, I need to re-find that. W. Where was it? What county was that? McMinn County School Board in Tennessee just voted to ban mouse. Yes. Ugh. It's gross. Why? Why did they do this? Stupid AF, of course. Of course. Like, mouse is one of the most beautiful, like, graphic storytelling I've ever encountered. Pisses me off. Yeah, no, it should. It should. And we thought as much, you know. I just forgot to ask after I learned about it. Escape. We need to escape the Deep South, friend. Like, let's run away together. Where do we go? Ugh. Tennessee and Texas, they're not much different from each other, honestly. I've spent most of my life in some of the worst states in the country, and it's gross. But it's selling out on Amazon and local comic shops. Yes. I don't think I currently have a copy, but I have owned it in the past. And I'm glad it's selling out. That's exactly what it should do. That's unfortunately what happens with banned books, is that nobody thinks anything undue about them, and then somebody decides that they're not good, and then, like, everybody wants them at that point, you know? It's so weird. I have too many beads. I can't count today. But I'm glad it's selling out. That's good. Art Spiegelman should not be denied his right to tell stories. Holocaust deniers are some of the interesting bunch of people. No thanks. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's so dumb. Anyway, how are you today? I thought I'd ask a Tennessee librarian how that's been affecting your own personal library in your own life. He's offering to send up to 100 copies to any family in the country who wants one. Any family? Whoa. Also, how many copies does he have on hand? Jeez. It's like, didn't Russia try to ban it as well? I don't know, man. The world is getting worse. It's so hard to find anything good happening anymore. And it's so sad. But that's good that he's sending copies out to people who want it, who need it, who need to educate themselves. County, not country. County. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, I see. So, like, he'll send copies to people who are like, my kid can't read this now. And my kid is being deprived of their 8th grade education, and it's just like, why would you just ignore important parts of history like that? Like all teaching of history has been problematic in the US for like forever. But you know, that's something huge and big. All the things are huge and big, but that's a really huge and big one to just like shove under a rug and just pretend it's not important. Like, come on. Don't invalidate people's real life experiences with trauma. Like, no. That's really good of Art Spiegelman, though, to like provide the educational material for the kids who are being deprived it. So that's really amazing. Yeah, also we have a couple small challenges in my library, but it's never gone any higher than, hey, this should be moved to a different section, not removed from the library completely. So that's good. That's good. You know, hopefully nobody's trying to withhold funding either, because the library contains materials that they don't approve of. Like, I've seen snippets of headlines, you know, where people are like, you can't have that. I don't understand. Like, people's agendas don't make sense. Yay, I finished a domino. Woohoo! You want to see what I'm working on? Dominoes. Come on, Beats. Get in focus. How dare you? How dare you be fuzzy? There we are. Dominoes! Speaking of libraries, I did an interlibrary loan. Look at my beauty. Look at this dude. I'm actually hiccuping. 1 second. So I can't take the stickers off, but this one came from Grapevine, which is in driving distance of me, actually. But I am doing the cover project. The tag bracelet. Look at there. Where you loom all the individual little bits, and then you finish them off, and then you loom them into the wider bracelet. It's super cool. Clean home slice. I'm actually one of 3 librarians on our collection development policy. So I helped write that policy, as well as helped write our request for reconsideration form. Oh geez. Collection development committee. Gotcha. Ooh. So does that mean you get to curate what gets to be in the library? That's super cool. Collection Development Committee. Dude, that's super cool. That is super cool. So you're telling me you get to make the rules? One of the librarians here that I really like, there's like a alternate universe where we could have been friends. She's friendly acquaintance, but could potentially be friends. She's actually in charge of collections here. But yeah, this is what I'm making. And instead of tags like this, it's just dominoes, and they're going to cascade, and it's going to be like a cha-cha bracelet. It's going to be an obnoxious, annoying bracelet that has no real practical purpose in life other than to be confusing and cool at the same time. But yeah, I've always loved dominoes. I've always loved the red and white ones. My grandma had all of them, the red and white ones, and she had a set of like ivory and black. And then she had like the big black dominoes that we'd like make castles with on the floor, and yeah, those were super cool and super fun. I think my camera stand is like losing its grip tightness. I don't know, I might need to get a better quality one here soon. But yeah, so I'm making the individual dominoes. I have my chart. Let me get my chart up that I've made. So I did this in Easy Bead Patterns the other night. There are 56. 56 is a lot. I can only make 8 at a time on my loom because I need space to weave in the ends. I would do my jewelry tray over there, but it's full of jewelry I have not photographed yet. And my other jewelry tray is full of old pieces, old work. But I don't have a better way to store it right now. So I'm limited to 8 at a time, which is good because 8 at a time can be like a decent night's work and a stopping point. And then I just do that 7 times, and then I'd come in and make the bracelet for the 8th, like consecutive, like sitting down and working on it for the last stint of working on this piece would be assembling the bracelet, weaving the whole thing together. So that's what these bottom rows of each domino are. This is the base row of the base bracelet that's going to be woven into the whole thing so that the dominoes sit on top of the piece itself rather than are partially hidden by the piece. So it's just a design choice that I made, which isn't necessarily part of the original instructions. It's just what makes sense for what I want it to look like. I don't make the rules per se, just had a hand in crafting the policy that deals how the library selects materials. I'm in charge of the YA ordering. Other librarians have their specialty areas too: juvenile, nonfiction, adult fiction, etc., etc. That is pretty cool. So what young adult materials are out there that you find fascinating? I'm curious. It's been so long since I've read young adult anything. I'm trying to remember the last Diana Wynne Jones book I read. I've read so many of hers. What's the last thing I read of hers? I think it was like the one about the kids with the chemistry set. That was definitely a very young adult book. What was that one called? It was kind of cute. But yeah, there was like this chemistry set, but it did weird magical things to the kids, like gave them weird mutant powers and stuff. It was neat. Lately I've been reading not young adult but urban fantasy, Shannon McGuire's Wayward Children books. I guess those could be considered young adult, but also like they're just very, very, they hit very, very, very close to the human condition just in general. Like it's just a really, really great representation of different types of childhood traumas and how it affects kids and how each of them ended up in a world that's right for them, and some of them have returned and some of them have stayed. Yeah, it's a really great series. I've read the first 1, 2, 3, 4. The first 4. I'm on the 5th one now. I haven't read 5 books so fast in like ages. Also, these are like super short reads. You know, they only take a few hours to get through each. But she's also very prolific, but she just writes very, I guess, naturally. I don't know the right word to say. But I really, really like them. 6, 7. I haven't liked urban fantasy this much since I was reading like Charles DeLint in high school. I just stopped reading Charles DeLint at one point. Like, I know why. And I realized that was a stupid reason why. But I haven't reread him since. Just because I haven't made the time to do it. But Shannon McGuire's the first like urban fantasy I've really enjoyed in a long time. Which is nice. It's nice to just like fly through a book every now and then. And these ones are just really easy to just, here's the story, there's no extra embellishment where there shouldn't be, but I don't know, the way she writes just says everything that she needs to without saying anything extra. Yeah. Does that even make sense? Oh wait, no, I don't need, this one's gonna have 1 dot in the middle. I don't need those black ones. I'm just rambling about books. You can stop me whenever. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is gonna be the only black bead on this one, because this is the 6-1 domino. I've never actually like considered making the 12. The 12 dominoes. So I guess technically that would have made more sense for this bracelet, because you'd have had a lot more. How many are in that set? So like 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Yeah, a lot. More than I would need. I don't think the whole set would have been, a whole 12 set would have been what I need for this. So I think 2 6 sets is fine. Been in a reading slump lately, but I can tell you that there are tons of LGBT books coming out, as well as more books with characters of color. Hooray! That's amazing. It's really hard to like know when you're reading a character of color, if you have like a bias, or if it's not directly said to you in the books, especially in prose. Like when it's like graphic novels or like illustrated books, then it's a lot easier. But oh man, I put that in the wrong spot. I sound awful saying that. The 1 needs to be after 3 rows. But yeah, I find myself eventually like realizing that a character is of color, you know, when it's not said at the beginning. Because I definitely need more things with people of color in my life. So sorry if I'm slow. I'm playing new Pokemon game. Oh, don't worry about it. I heard there was another one. Which one is it this time? I don't even know. I don't keep up. I'm slow to play games myself, so I don't keep up as well as I should when new stuff comes out. Well, actually I don't think I need to keep up. I just don't have many new things I'm interested in. So I'm ordering a crap ton of those. Oh, the books? Yes. Order them. You know, and that's part of what I actually really like about Shannon McGuire is the books of hers I've read so far. When she does introduce a character, she introduces them as a person. Like a whole individual personality. And then later on, you know, she'll have a sentence about some aspect of them, you know, and you find out that, you know, they're LGBT to some extent, or, you know, I haven't seen her specifically mention any people of color yet, but I'm sure that it will happen. Wait, no, one of the characters is Japanese. My bad. And that's just in descriptions of like her as a little kid and like, yeah. But also, there was one moment where you had this whole story happen, and all these separate characters, and just you know, one of the group, she gets like in the epilogue, you see her getting her like ending, and just at the very end of her story, what's the easiest way? It was just like a nice, oh, you know, she didn't make a big deal about this character having, she didn't have an arm. Like, her arm stops at her elbow, right? But it wasn't mentioned until, like, the very end, and you get her background then, you know. And this character is very obviously, like, a thalidomide baby. Which, it was just nicely woven in without being the most important part about her, right? Like, that's what I like about Shannon McGuire's work, is that when she has people who are different in some way, the differences aren't exaggerated, they're a part of them, and that's super nice and super refreshing to see, because so often anybody who's different from whatever the norm is, you know, it's just always so highlighted, and I don't like that it's highlighted, you know? Does that make sense? Legends Arceus. I don't even know how to pronounce this Pokemon. It's a bird, though, right? It's radically different from the mainline games. Very RPG, crafting, survival elements, etc. It's tough. Ooh, okay, gonna lurk. Alright, enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your lurk. But yeah, that's what I like about Shannon McGuire's work. She writes stories about people as people. And then their differences are usually expressed as, like, attributes. As, like, positives to who they are, not something negative. They're super like that. I think it's a really, really great way to approach the human condition. And she just writes about all sorts of different characters, different backgrounds, different, like, childhood traumas that these characters are experiencing. And different reasons as to why they ended up where they did. And how they get through it. Whether for better or for worse. Like, she's not afraid to kill off her characters, which I find fantastic. I actually really admire somebody who's like, yep, you're dead now. She's also not afraid to bring back some of the characters when needed, but not all of them, you know? And she's also not afraid to give them bad endings, because this is urban fantasy, guys. Like, there's not going to be happy endings all the time. Like, some people will be able to make it through, and other people's just not going to happen. So, like, that's everything I've ever loved, is, like, don't treat your characters like they're the most precious thing in the world. If they need to die for the sake of the story, kill them off, that's fine. And not every story needs to have a happy ending, because that's not how real life works out. So if it needs to be a bad ending for the sake of a good, well-told story, please give me the bad ending. I want the bad ending over some contrived happy ending any day, you know? And, like, these have a narratorial feel to them, and it's nice. It's really good. And they're pleasant stories in just the right way, and they're uncomfortable stories in just the right way as well. I think it's great. I don't know. I'm a nerd out over Shannon McGuire books. And just from everything I've seen of her online in interviews and, like, posts that she's written on her social media accounts, it's like, this woman seems like she's just a decent human. I really like her. I haven't liked an author this much in a really, really long time. And I've very, very rarely had the opportunity to actually enjoy an author who's still alive. Like, if you guys know my taste in books, most of my favorite authors are dead. Long dead. Probably even before I was born. So it's just nice to, like, enjoy an author who's still alive. That's just super, super cool for me. Which has the unfortunate side effect of having to wait for future books to be written, which is not something I'm used to. Patrick Rothfuss. Hello. I don't know that one will ever be written. So, like, I know that the series that I'm reading now of hers, which is just the one that I happened to pick up first. Actually, the first thing I read of hers was a short story in a best of science fiction, edited by Joe Hill, who's Stephen King's son. So that's where I first found Shannon McGuire, was in there. And she had the mermaid story that was very, very awesome and very, very, like, heartbreaking at the same time. So that's where I found her. But the first series I found was Tor.com had some freebie downloads about a year and a half ago. I don't remember. I managed to snag several, like, most of them, I think. And so I've just now gotten around to reading those. Because it's like, oh yeah, this author, I'm definitely down. So I know this is an ongoing series, but the thing about it is that they're all individual self-contained stories. Because I read the second one first, because I thought it was the first one and it wasn't, but I read the second one first. And I'm actually kind of glad I read the second one first. I think it made me like the series a heck of a lot better than I would have if I had read the first one first. Does that make sense? Like, because the second one is the only one that so far that doesn't deal with, like, the school where they all end up, you know. And, like, I'm not a huge fan of school age stuff much anymore, but these are, like, older teens instead of, like, 12-year-olds for the most part. But all the others so far, aside from the second book, have had to do with the school in some fashion or another, which, you know, makes sense. But, like, I think you get a whole different perspective on the world if you read the second book first than if you had read the first one. Which is nice, you know, to read things out of order and appreciate that you did. You know, and because they're all individually contained stories, like, reading it out of order didn't affect the narrative of that book at all. No, just good books. I just haven't, like, gone down the rabbit hole of an author's work this extensively in a long time. And I think that's nice. I think it's nice to just find that. I've also just, like, been making more time to read lately. Because, like, last night what was I doing? I was catching up on stuff in my journal, my bullet journal, like finances. I did some of that because I had gone to the post office and mailed some stuff. So I came home to record that stuff, and 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I'd gone to the post office to mail stuff. I came home to record it in my journal, and, like, I did some of the tasks that I needed to out of that, and planned out for, like, what I'm going to be doing today. I have to send somebody an email, and after that, like, a lot of this coming week I'm just gonna be working on, like, shop listings, because I have made so much stuff lately that I gotta have it for sale somewhere, right? So I am just gonna, like, aim for 100 shop listings. But, like, I didn't want to do any beading last night, so I just read a book. Read one of these books halfway. I didn't read it fully all the way. But yeah, that's what, yeah, that's what I've been doing. Reading books, and next up is I want to try to get to 100 shop listings. Active ones. Not like that I've done total, like on my personal website. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need one more. 7. Because I want to get to 100 listings on my website. I have far more than 100 pieces that I can have for sale. Well, I might. Well, at one point I only had like 80 something. I think I have over 100 now. And this includes tutorials too. And I have like 9 or 10 of those. And a new one to finalize. So the new one needs to be finalized first. And it's a PDF of a teardrop, a brick stitch embellished teardrop tutorial that originally got published in like 2018? Yeah. With Beadwork magazine. It was an online ebook edition thing. And Beadwork just asks you to wait like 6 months or so before publishing your own instructions. Like most of the magazines do that, like first publication rights, and then you publish your own instructions. And so that's what I've been working on since like last April. I don't know. This was a hard tutorial for me. And I thought it was going to be easy because I already had it illustrated and I already had the steps all typed out and everything. But I realized I had written the steps for publication in a magazine instead of the way I would have written them for me. So I had to rewrite them for me. And then I had to break down the illustrations further and re-illustrate parts to fit my own needs and my own style. It was a pain. It was a pain in the butt, and it was a hell of a lot more work than it should have been. It should have just been easy and done, you know? No. I always think that about my tutorials. No, and then they end up taking forever, which is why I only get like 1 a year done. I will eventually get better at making them. I think. We don't know. So yeah, I don't have too many. What was I going to say next? Oh yeah. So yeah, I have to finalize that tutorial, and the instructions are all fine. I just recently did a test stitch. Woohoo! And the test stitch turned out gorgeous. Turned out really great. I actually did 2. I did the test stitch and I did like a variation just for fun. And the first test stitch might end up being a piece I sell to somebody here in town. I went ahead and did the piece she was asking. Did the piece because she was asking for a certain color palette. So I used that color palette for the test stitch. Just in case. And then I never showed back up at the market because, COVID. Yay. But she didn't pay. She forgot. So I'm not like super worried about it. But I'll hold on to it for the next time I see her anyway. No biggie. The test stitch turned out great. I did follow my own instructions exactly. And I have no complaints with how it turned out. I just need to format, like retype a couple sentences. I need to like format a couple of elements. Like I wrote it down what I needed to do. I just haven't got back around to the other computer to finish the PDF on. So I gotta open it back up. And InDesign, none of them are Illustrator redos or anything. So it looks great. It looks fine. It is pretty much ready to list. I just need to do a couple of minor tweaks, like maybe an artist note or something, or maybe not. And it's ready to go up on the website as the first of those, not 100 listings I'm putting up, but count toward my 100 listing goal. I'm gonna see how many I have on there. Where's my website? in my store. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. About 58 listings, give or take, so like 40 new pieces, 42 new pieces. Maybe a little more than that, because some of those are in multiple categories. So, got about 40 to 50 new things to put up, which I do best by just doing things in batches, you know? Just like single focus on this one giant task until I either burn out or finish, you know. I'm getting to that 100 listings. It's gonna happen. And while I'm doing it on my website, I'm going to also make sure that my Etsy is also stocked with not all the same listings, because my one-of-a-kinds only stay on my website, but my made-to-orders and my tutorials end up on Etsy, which is still a fair chunk of what I make is made-to-order stuff, little easy stuff. But also to start a shop on Ko-Fi as well. Oh, come on. Well, yeah. Start a shop on Ko-Fi with the same tutorials and made-to-order items, and then hunt around for other places where I can sell my digital tutorials. Because the pricing structures just vary all across the board, but I need the passive income. Because Etsy's worth managing for made-to-order stuff, and I think Ko-Fi's worth managing for made-to-order stuff, but I don't think like Artfire would be worth it. I don't know. It's hard to tell, you know? Like, I don't want to stretch myself too thin, but I do need the tutorials everywhere I can think of. So that would be, you know, website and Etsy and Ko-Fi and Patreon and and see if I can get in touch with the beadpatterns.com people. That seems like a niche club, I guess. And then there's like Gumroad and there's other stuff as well. So like I have a tendency to like do too much, and I don't want to do too much, but the tutorials need to be everywhere. Everything else I can be selective about where I put it. And the made to order stuff is only on the website because I don't want to like accidentally sell something I've already sold, or you know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But yeah, because I've done that before. I've like sold something at a show in person and forgotten to take it down from whatever sites I had it on at the time, and had to remake it, and just like lucked out that my materials were the same. Because one of a kind stuff, usually with beadwork, it really is one of a kind, because that's the only one of this focal you have, or you just used up the last of that specific shade of blue beads, or any number of things that make it, you know, unique and the only one. You know, the few times I have had orders of things that were supposed to be one of a kind, I lucked out and I had the right materials to make it again with no issue. So like ever since, I've just been paranoid that be careful where you list your one-of-a-kinds, and if you sell them in person, immediately take them down from whatever sites you have them on. So if I only have it on my website, then I can just pull out my phone and I can go to my listings on my shop manager and just say, nope, not anymore. Deactivate it, and nobody can buy it. You know, and I can do the same on Etsy as well, but when I just had Etsy, but Yeah, it gets a little tricky. It gets a little tricky. 5, 6, 7. I'm getting close to where I can take this off the loom and start weaving in the ends. Heck yeah. Oh, come on. Cut around the edge. But yeah, what else am I doing this week? I'll have to look. I just know about the top couple. But yeah, I have to email somebody. I have to finalize that PDF. And all those listings, that will take me all damn week. Maybe 2 or 3 even, because I'm really bad at listings. But that's okay. Having that instead of shows at the moment is kind of what I need to be doing anyway. I've got a mess on the floor over here to clean up. I had to write it down because I will procrastinate, and this mess doesn't look like a huge pile, but the individual tasks associated with taking care of the thing is a bit of a huge pile. And then I have to get in touch with, I found socialmedia.com is a social media site for beaders. No, it's not. It's a workshop hub. It's a virtual workshop hub for beaders, which is super cool. I've actually never heard of the people who run it. I have heard of some of the designers who are offering workshops. Some of them are more active than others because that's just how beaders are. Some put themselves out there more than others do. 5, 6, 7. So I'm curious to see how that all works and if they're willing to accept me as an artist offering a workshop in that fashion. Because I think that'd be a good starting point is offering Zoom workshops through established people who do that, you know. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7. It's always 7. Come on, brain. You got this. But yeah, socialmedia.com. 4, 5, 6, 7. Because I discovered them through the link of one of the artists whose work I admire and follow. I was like sorting through my hard drive and found one of her old freebie tutorials and went to her website just to see what else she had going on. And like her event schedule was like socialmedia.com, and I'm like, what is this? And I looked through and I'm like, there's beaders. They're offering workshops. Is this an opportunity? And so like I bookmarked it for later and like wrote it down in the notebook, and I've just now got around to where I wrote it down in the notebook. So that's how I do my tasks, is once I finish one off, I go to the next one I had lurking in the to-do list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that would be cool. Because if not, you know, if that doesn't pan out, my original plan for how to offer workshops would be as a Patreon tier down the road. Not currently. I need to build up the Patreon. Hey guys, I have a Patreon. Click below. It'll be in the little icon. I don't have a panel for it yet. Ooh, I need to ask Ixo to make me a panel for that. Or I could draw one myself. But yeah, I have recently started a Patreon. Do I have the link for it? No, but I can type it. Patreon. Select Vanishing Pearl. That should work. Okay, there you go. You can click the link. You can go to the Patreon if you want to sign up. I only have one tier right now because I just started, because I don't want to overwhelm myself with promises I can't keep. Learned that from the triangles. 5, 6, and 7. I have one tier right now, and what you get is, the locked blog posts and work in progress pictures, like you would in my Discord, but you get access to Discord, but you already have access to Discord through Twitch. But what you get there, as far as like exclusive to Patreon, is the charts. So like I show them on stream like this, but you would have an access to a download of the file if you ever wanted to make dominoes of your own. Or I have a free post there, and it's a cactus. And I chose the cactus because I've already shared it for free on Instagram. So, it's not something I haven't already shared. But like I just did my second post last night, and it's of the matching earrings for the cactus. So like what I'm doing there is I'm just like building consistency with like one weekly post, which I think is super manageable. And it doesn't have to be fancy, and I don't have to be wordy. But it does have to be a tiny stitched motif that I've done in the past, And we're talking about brick stitch, we're talking about peyote stitch, we're talking about square and loomwork like this, Just small, easy things. Sometimes the whole big thing, like what I'm doing here, I have all the dominoes charted out, but you can just choose to do a couple. You can make yourself a pair of earrings, or who knows what. You don't have to do the whole big tag bracelet like I'm doing. I just charted these for fun. And it's not like this is a unique pattern, There's very similar patterns out there for dominoes. But the Patreon tier support would be because you like and want to support my work, And, I'm just rolling it out, promoting it slowly, because I'm still learning how to use the platform, because it is not as user-friendly as I would have imagined, actually. I don't know how to set up a goal, but like my first goal would be like once we get to like, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 patrons, whatever feels right, then I will add a different tier where you would be able to have access to one full-blown tutorial a month, like the ones that are in my shop, which will down the road incentivize me to make more tutorials at a faster pace so that I can actually meet that goal and that deadline. But these are things I roll out at a pace that I know I can keep up, And in that regard, I'm really glad that I've like started on Twitch first to know where my comfort levels are in regards to like obligations to a following, So like once I figure out how to do goals on Patreon, that first goal is gonna be to unlock the second tier, And the prices of the tiers might change a little bit just depending on what all I decide to offer for that one, but it would be like full-blown tutorials, And then like once we unlock that tier, then I would set up another goal. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope, that's not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need white and then black. Ah! Lady Frenzy, Wicked Truth. Hi, Frenzy. How you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello. How's everybody doing? We're beating some dominoes. I was talking about Patreon and unlocking tiers. Because I just have a pattern tier right now. I'll figure out a way to set a goal to unlock a tutorial tier. And then further after that, a test stitching tier. Because I've had requests for test stitching recently, and it's a new thing to me, and I'm like, I need to get paid for my work somehow. I don't need... I don't necessarily need test stitchers just yet, but I think offering that as a tier benefit would be super cool down the road. And then offering workshops after that would be cool too. Oh no, I'm just brainstorming while I'm making some dominoes. How are you doing today, Frenzy? What have you been up to? What were you working on? Haven't seen you stream in a minute. How did I miss that? Hello, welcome in, Raiders. I am Vanishing Pearl. If you don't already know me, I do beadwork. What you see here is a bunch of dominoes. I think that's a pretty self-explanatory, but I typically do, well, this is going to be a piece of jewelry, but a weird one. It's going to be this bracelet. It's covered up by a library sticker, but it's going to be this bracelet. It's weird and complicated and something I've always wanted to make out of a book that I've always loved, but this is my most recent finish. Pair of bezeled tile earrings. There's a front and there's a back, whichever way you choose is front and back. I'm soon going to be writing a tutorial for this lovely set. Actually rewriting a tutorial. I have an older version that I discontinued because my thread path and bead placement wasn't quite perfected, and now it's perfected. So I did these. I do a lot of found object jewelry, so those are bathroom backsplash tiles. These are buttons. Got the little in the same colors. There's some small little dudes. I did a bunch of earrings lately because I always forget that I need to make earrings. If I can find a bigger button that's the same color, I'll probably do a matching pendant, honestly, because I need to do that. I won't have the same drop though. Those are the last two of those drops for me, which is sad. But yeah, I do a lot of beadwork, lots of stuff. I've got a shitload of finished stuff, recent finished stuff. This has been a whip marathon month for me. So like the piece I'm working on today is like the second new start I've had all month, as far as brand new, didn't have anything planned. These are the ones I'm making the tutorial of because I just love the purple. I know a lot of you guys love purple too, so these are not yet for sale. Most everything I make is for sale. These I'm holding on to because I really just want to illustrate it in purple, so I want to have the piece on hand while I do that. Girl, I had ads and audio issues. Oh no! Well, I hope the ad is over with. Hello. Man, they must have been long ads. I'm so sorry. I haven't gone on a break yet, so I haven't disabled pre-rolls. But yeah, this is the back side. This is the front side. They're super pretty. They've got like this little rainbow effect shine to them. These are backsplash tiles. I got them in a giant tub at Michael's at one point in time. I've gone back looking for more tiles at Michael's and they don't have them. Like, I still have plenty to work with, but I was looking for a certain color for a commission request that didn't ever pan out. But I made several pairs of the earrings. How are you? I'm doing all right. I'm good. I'm working on a silly domino bracelet. So this is going to be the tag bracelet by Sharon Bateman, which is this dude. I recently checked out a book, Interlibrary Loan, because my library doesn't have it. And I don't have the funds to purchase this book at the moment. But I am making this bracelet, but instead of these little funky shaped tags, I'm making dominoes to weave into the final thing. It's going to be like a cha-cha bracelet, so you'll be able to shake it and it'll just rattle. It'll be super fun and totally impractical, but that's okay. I like making stuff I enjoy, you know? If someone else enjoys it, that's a bonus. I also recently finished, this was kind of a new start. This was inspired by Grand Budapest Hotel by Wes Anderson, if anybody's ever seen that. I had to pause the movie and pick out colors of one of the scenes. You know, the whole movie's this color palette. But yeah, this bracelet is definitely Wes Anderson inspired. There is no if, ands, or buts about that. The buttons came from Sarah Nadia as a gift one day, and they've been in my to-do pile for a long time, but I finally figured out what to do with them. So that's another whip done. I have so many whips done. These were all whips. These were all, I need to work with these. And then I got a lot of other stuff, but I'm only going to pull out one more here. These are the other earrings that I made that I'm super, super proud of. Because this is my container of recent finishes. And then I have a whole jewelry tray of recent finishes that need to be photographed because they've been moved off of the desk. And here are the other ones that I absolutely love that I just recently finished. There's the green guys. Look how big and dangly. Like, these are way too heavy for my ears. But I do meet a fair amount of people who are like, do you have any big earrings? And my answer traditionally has been like, no. And so this is my answer to giant earrings for people, is these are 3/4 inch backsplash tiles, you know, like for the back of your kitchen, mosaic, or like your bathroom. And they're bezeled around. Frenzy. I'm starting my folded origami box. Ooh. Wait, like the beaded one that like Positively Crafty has been working on for like ages? Or two of. Eliana Dews. Ooh, love the bracelet. And those green earrings. Yes. Aren't they gorgeous? Like, these turned out far prettier than they have any right to be. Like, both of these. Like, they're all great. But these ones are fantastic. And these ones are super fantastic. I love these ones better. This one, I just want to illustrate purple because I don't get to use purple very often in Illustrator. And you can have whichever side facing forward that you want. You can turn them around if you need to. And these beads came from my great aunt Judy. I've had them for a long time. They make great work, great pieces. And these, I don't know what these came from. Like, probably just some, I think they were just like this, but on ear wires. And so I took them off the ear wires, and they've been in my crystal box for a while. And there were only 2 of them. You know, and so it's like, how did I get the perfect dangles? Perfect dangles. Really love them. But they're huge. They're long. These ones are like feather duster length. It's like, I could never get away with them. I can't actually wear earrings myself, so it's always a struggle for me to make them. Because then I'll want to wear them, and then I'll just look at them sad. Like, 1, you're either too heavy for my poor delicate ears, or 2, your earrings, so my poor delicate ears will reject them automatically. I do have nickel sensitivity, but I also just have, my ears think everything is a foreign object sensitivity, so it's partially metal related. But even when I use good metals, I can only wear earrings for about 4 hours before my ears start to protest. Yes, ma'am. Oh, the box. Ooh, it's exciting. It's exciting. So, like, those are a lot of my recent finishes. That's the kind of work that I've been making this month. I have made so much stuff this month. I have, like, finished, like, over 30 things that I have previously started. So I didn't like start to finish 30 things. I only start to finish like a few things. But yikes. Yeah, I got the stuff to can't even eat bananas or eggs anymore. It gets that bad. Oh no. Do you have allergies appear later in life that, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. I'm glad I don't have food allergies that showed up randomly. At least not that I know of. We do have papaya. I haven't had papaya in a while, but we bought a papaya, so we'll see. But I doubt it. But yeah, as far as for me, I got my ears pierced when I was 9, and right away I had nickel allergies. So, like, the surgical steel was okay. the ones they pierce your ears with. This was at Claire's when I was 9, so we got them pierced in the mall in like Lubbock. It was my Christmas present that year from my mom. And so as soon as the surgical steel ones came out, I tried for a while to wear, just basic earrings, and my ears didn't like any of them. And so my mom was like, okay, we're just buying you sterling. And that did the trick from the ages of 9 to 19. I could wear sterling silver. I could sleep in them. No problem. And then, like, for some reason, some point when I turned 19, and I know this is the age because, like, I was in college and I stopped wearing earrings, every day. And, like, I stopped wearing them overnight first. And then I just noticed that they just got more and more irritated as the years went on, and I could wear them for less and less time. And so now, like, my limit is 4 hours, but it has to be, like, titanium. It has to be, like, argentium silver. It can't be sterling silver because sterling has nickel, so I'm more sensitive to nickel than I used to be. In my ears. On my skin, it doesn't itch or anything. It just turns green, But yeah, so I can wear titanium earrings for like 3 or 4 hours max, which is, the equivalent of going out for the evening or something, right? But I can't wear anything to bed. If I do, I get headaches. It doesn't matter the metal. I have plastic ones, and I just bought some niobium ear hooks so that I can at least have some ear hooks to put on stuff that I enjoy. Yeah. Expensive. Oh, they weren't too bad. I think I also bought them on sale, though. But yeah, titanium is going to be expensive. I haven't tried to use gold in a long time because 14 karat wasn't doing it for me. And I just recently learned, because my metalsmithing education was not that great, I recently learned that 14 and 18 karat gold both have trace amounts of copper in the alloy to increase its sturdiness. And if that's the case, that means it's got nickel in it, because nickel is part of the alloy for copper. And my ears hate nickel, period. So it doesn't matter how trace an amount is in there. It's just, that's what it's going to swell up and itch. But when there's no nickel, it just, like, tolerates it for a few hours and then finally says, nope, not happening. Yeah. Kohaku Moon, hello. This is looking fun. Yeah, I'm making dominoes. I'm making a lot of dominoes. So I've got 7 so far. I'm going to make an 8th one, and then I'm going to weave in the ends. So theoretically, I should be able to take this off the loom this stream. The next one is going to be a 5-5 domino. It's going to be red with white dots. Oh, shit. Never mind. I needed the black to have red dots, so I'm going to actually backtrack. I'm glad I noticed that. Oh, no. I distracted myself away from my own pattern. It happens. But yeah, it is fun. I really like them. That's what streams are for. Streams are for, like, making mistakes and stuff, right? Yep. So these need to be red dots on my black dominoes, like the ones up here. And you'll notice they all have a little bit of a gray line here along the bottom. That's going to be the base row of the base bracelet. I'll show you the project I'm making. This one is not actually my design. Shocker, right? I didn't design what I'm making on stream. This is actually the cover project for Contemporary Loom Beading. I always forget the exact wording of this book. A New Look at a Traditional Stitch. This is by Sharon Bateman. Contemporary Loom Beading. This is library. This is a interlibrary loan book. So it's this piece. Get out of the way. There we go. So all these individual little tags are going to be dominoes in my case. And I'm going to make a little
button loop closure. I might make a 3D domino. I might make it out of right angle weave. That's what I'm thinking. But I'm going to make this to fit me because realistically, it's going to be an expensive piece if anybody ever buys it. So it might as well just fit me, you know. It's just for fun. This one's just for fun. I'm making it for me just because. Yeah, I was looking through this book again. I love this book. This is a book I would love to own. But like I always want to buy it when I have no funds, so I just rented it interlibrary loan. I rented it for $2.50, you know. I don't have enough to buy the book, but I have $2.50 to borrow it, you know. So I got this from the library, a library south of where I live. And I'm making this project. I might make one or two other projects in the book, but before I have to return it. When is this due? My receipt's somewhere else. I don't remember. I don't know what it's due. Probably 3 weeks from now. But I'm making that, but instead of the tags, I'm making dominoes. And then the gray bit is the row that you weave into the final piece. Libraries are great resources, aren't they though? Aren't they? We have a few librarians in my community even, which is nice. My best friend is one. She's lurking working right now. Neat pattern. The dominoes will look great on it. Yes. And the dominoes are my pattern. Like I did chart these. Here's the full image. There's 56, which I think 56 is going to be too many, but it's 2 full sets of dominoes, so it should be okay. So we've got all the dominoes starting with the 6s and then the 5s, 4s, 3s, 2s, 1s, blank. And repeat. Just in different colors. Ta-da! I saw you there, Jess. Hello there. Okay. Oh, Frenzy needs to go eat. All right, enjoy your hunt for foods. I will be right here if you need me. Thank you so much for the raid. Kohaku Moon libraries are great. Yeah, neat pattern dominoes will look great. Yeah. Jess, which book is that? I have some great used bookstores by me. This is Contemporary Loom Beading. Backwards. By Sharon Bateman. Contemporary Loom Beading by Sharon Bateman. A new look at a traditional stitch. So like a lot of the projects, this was published in 2009, so a lot of the projects are very dated looking as far as these are obviously early 2000s pieces. Who's seen an amulet bag in a long time? Or a checkbook cover, you know, Motorola flip phone cover. But this one's so gaudy, I can't even. It's so bad. This is the project I think of every time I think of this book. I'm like, oh no, it's the switch plate cover. Napkin rings, you know, ornament covers, stuff like that. Message me with the title and author on Discord when you get a chance. I'll keep an eye out. Oh, sweet. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I haven't seen this one come up in bookstores, but you know, this piece is super nice, and the one right after the project I'm working on is super nice, and this is the one I'm working on with also the cover piece because I want to figure out how they do it, you know. But she has a lot of interesting ideas, which is great. But it's the technique section that's really worth its weight in gold. Like all of this is fantastic, phenomenal information that anybody who has ever loomed or wants to loom should know. Like this is, if I want it in my personal library, then, you know, it still has value to me 20 years into beading. Specifically these 3 pages. This page, and the one before it are great. And these are techniques. And this is a technique I use to weave in all my loom work. I came to this technique after being frustrated because I'd seen somebody blog about this book, and I'd seen the image, but I'd forgotten what was going on, and I remembered it eventually. And then I ended up borrowing the same book, the same copy of the book, through ILL and being like, there it is, there's the thing. So Sharon Bateman is the reason that my Loomwork looks as gorgeous as it does. That technique section is worth its price. Just absolutely worth its price. And like her concepts for how to design weird stuff on a loom, which is like my personal life goal, is designing weird stuff on a loom, is just it just makes me so happy. It makes my nerdy beady heart happy. Like, I have 7 beading books right now. I've owned far more than that in the past, but I have 7 right now, and this would be number 8. Like, if that tells you how much I love the book. I would make amulet bags, right? They make more sense now, like, as far as, like, holding gemstones and stuff. But, like, at the time, there wasn't really a whole lot of interest in, like, personal gemstones and, like, spirituality and all of that. This one's actually going to be made into a necklace. For me. I might learn how to drill through the crystal or work a cage around it. I haven't decided which, but yeah, amulet bags make more sense today than they did in the early 2000s. In the early 2000s, it was like, lol, I don't know, put some tissues or some cash in there. Love that. Yes. The stone? Oh yeah, it's a dyed quartz. Yeah, this one's synthetic. The colors are synthetic. But yeah, it's just a plain quartz that has been dyed. I got it at a gift shop at our nature center. Just because it's pretty. Just because I wanted it. But I have a couple of different citrine in there too that I haven't done anything with. Don't know if I will or not. They're not really the right shape for making jewelry. So, looks like fluorite. It looks like fluorite, but it's not. The fluorite piece I do have, I did just mail off last night. Hello, Divine Pathways, by the way. But, I know, just saying. Yeah, I know. Okay. I'll zoom back in again and make this top half of this domino again. My camera stand it's like loosening its grip, like it's fully secured, but like I think its cheapness is showing now. Yeah, let me reweave these rows. Whoopsie. It happens. I make mistakes sometimes. Everybody does. Just wasn't thinking. I like the dominoes. Me too. They're so great. I have to make 56 of them. So that's 7 sets of 8. And then the bracelet. So like this has to be done in like 8 project marathon bits, like 8 stopping points basically. That's a long project for me. But in between the stopping points, I can work on other stuff. I have been very, very, very whip focused all month. Hopefully all year. It was an accidental New Year's resolution. Like, I don't make New Year's resolutions, like, ever. Not, you know. I see no point in it most of the time. But this is an accidental, okay, this is the larger topic I'm going to focus on this year is finishing all the things I've started. Just picking a thing and finishing it. It's that easy, guys. I have finished so many things. So many things. Both beadwork and not beadwork. It's amazing. Just by deciding to do it and just not focusing on anything else until the thing is done. You know. Only 20,000 to go. Hey, no. Exclamation point whip in chat to see how many I'm down to, guys. Like, I'm super proud of this number. Exclamation point whip in chat. So this here is the finishing of any and all UFOs. And some not even started yet as well. There we are. What does it say I'm at? 59! Woo! Procrastinations. That is correct. I did actually edit that last night. That's how many whips I have before I started this. So technically, I guess I'm at 60 now. So 60 is much better. We started the year off at 104. I have since decided that some of those 104 are not even worth my time. I have finished at least 30. We're not keeping track. We're just like barreling on to the next project. That's how it's been. I do most of my beadwork after 9 o'clock at night, so it's while I'm watching television. So I binge watch TV and I bead. That's just what I do. That's what I've always done. Like ever since I started beading, is binge watch TV and bead. That's my life. I listen to a lot of television, mind you. Nice. I was teasing about the number of beads in the dominoes you're making. Oh yeah, 20,000. Oh yeah. I don't count beads. Like I know people count stitches when they do cross stitches and stuff, and I'm like, eh. I'm just like, eh. Do I have enough to finish this? How heavy is the bottle? You know? Yeah, I don't count stitches. Because that's just... It's not a number that matters, really. Like, I count how many hours it takes to do a thing. But that's because I need to be paid per hour. I don't count my stitches. I don't calculate the number. For me, it's unnecessary. I know that's not everybody. Some people like to know. I don't. Kahaku Moon. Great job. Doing something similar myself. Only my number is going up. No! How did that happen? Are you cursed with having ideas? Find pathways. I don't either. No counting unless absolutely necessary. I count time. I also count time. Kohaku Moon, your number can't go up. No. What I've been doing that helps me is like this bracelet, for example. This bracelet is my most recent bracelet, and I fucking love it. These buttons, they came to me from another streamer, Sarah Nadia. If you guys know her, she's fabulous. She sent them to me as a gift, and I've always wanted to use them as a matching set. So my brain is like, okay, I absolutely love these buttons, and I want to use them together. They can't be separated. That was my rule. And I've had these for like a year and a half, maybe 2 years. I don't remember. So it's not like quite a whip. It's more of a not even started yet, but like not even planned out yet. So what happened is this week, like I made this like in less than 24 hours. What happened was late one night I was watching the Grand Budapest Hotel. If you guys watch Wes Anderson, you know that he has phenomenal color palettes. This is one of them. So I stopped the film on a scene that I really liked, and I immediately pulled out all the beads that I had that matched the color palette on screen. And that was these. And I finished up my project for the night, whatever it was, and then I immediately used the color palette that I had in front of me, and I went, okay, what do I have in my unfinished or want to finish pile that I can use these colors with? And these buttons were the thing that popped out, and so that's what I did. So instead of having an accidental new start and using those colors on something else, I applied them to something I already wanted to do. That way you don't feel guilty about the new start, and you finish a thing that's been on your list forever. Does that make sense? That's what I did. That's what I found helpful. And look at it. It turned out fantastic, and I never knew that that's what these buttons were going to be used for, but that's exactly what they needed to be done. It's just, I love this bracelet so much. I'm not going to clasp it, but there it is, on. And then it's adjustable for various lengths, wrists. Also, it was like the first time I've done embroidery in a long time, and I fucking miss embroidery. I need to do more. It's so pretty. Like, I know purple and orange is a good color combo, like otherwise Halloween stuff wouldn't exist, but that didn't appeal to me. It's the deep purple and the rust orange that appeals to me, you know? With the amber and the off-white cream. So scrumptious. So that's like my favorite of my recent pieces. Recent pieces, like Reese's Pieces? And this is everything I finished in the last week and a half, maybe 2 weeks. Most of it was already started. Like this guy I worked on stream on Tuesday. I literally just sewed the back on because I had made this several months ago while watching TV at night. So this is a little hair clip. You know, this was another one of those color palettes that I accidentally stumbled on, and I didn't put it away until I used it on something in my to-do pile. And my to-do pile was a pair of earrings. So, and then I got tired of all the earrings I had lying out and decided not to make 2 of them. So that's a good way to reduce your whip pile too, is to just like realize that some of the projects aren't worth your time. And sometimes they're not. Or sometimes you can come back to them much later on after you've already sold all 6 pairs of tile earrings that you have. We'll see. I don't know, man. But I wasn't feeling it on those last 2 color palette sets that I had, so I just put them away. I don't care. Like, I'm not gonna make them. I've got other stuff. I've got lots and lots of other stuff to make. I have 60 projects that need to be considered before I do something like that. So, yeah. Several of my projects that I have are repairs, because I set up at shows a lot. My bigger pieces, the bigger necklace pedestals, they sometimes end up catching the wind, and so some of my bigger pieces have like fallen on the ground several times, and a couple beads have busted, so I need to replace some beads on some of my bigger, older pieces, which is sad. So, like, they're not long projects, they're just, I've been putting it off. So I've got a few repairs from just accidents happening to some of my pieces. I've got like a bunch of things that need a chain, but I'm out of gold jump rings. Oh, thank you for the bits! Mind blown. It's getting dark soon here. I need to run to the store for bread and cereal. Catch you later. Thank you for stopping in, Divine Pathways. Be safe while grocery shopping. Just in and out as fast as you can. Yeah, hope shopping goes well, indeed. I hope you find everything you need and that it is not a stressful experience. All the explosions and hearts. I love it. Thank you. Thank you so much for the bits. Appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, that's kind of been my methodology for working through these whips. There will be a point where I burn out on them, guys. Like, I'm not saying I'm gonna finish all of them this year, but my goal is to get under 50. That's always my goal, is to stay under 50. So I'm aiming for 49, man. Or 42. That'd be even better. 42. And most of what I have is like super small projects, like a pendant that needs a chain. Which that's what I was doing. I think it was Tuesday's stream. I was putting chains on stuff. And then I ran out of gold jump rings. And so then I couldn't actually finish the things that needed the chains on them, which was unfortunate and sad. So I had to switch to something that needed not gold jump rings. I am not going to the stores right now. I live in a part of the country where COVID awareness is kind of not good. People aren't being very safe. Our numbers are spiking far higher than they should. Our vaccination rates are glacially so glacially increasing. It's sad. So we're just self-imposing a lockdown because we can. And we're just waiting it out. I'm not going to markets. That's why I'm streaming on a Saturdays, because I'm not going to the market. I don't go to the market unless our numbers are under a certain percentage here. So I keep a very close eye on that. And I only go to the post office. And IXO goes to the grocery store and the post office. International orders very, very rarely. So yeah. Partly why ordering online. Right, yeah. And I would order online, but because I haven't been going to the market, my sales are shit. So because I don't have as much coming in, I'm not going to order online until I can go back out and sell at the market. Which means anything that needs gold findings is just gonna have to wait. So that means I will work on all the pieces that need silver findings or no findings at all, because I have plenty of silver jump rings left. I'll stash bust and whip bust and change course until such point as I can go ahead and do that again. Like, our finances are shaky at the moment, you know, and that's not a permanent thing. Not always a permanent thing, but, you know, do what you can in the budget you have, and I don't have the budget for gold findings at the moment. That always changes, though. But yeah, otherwise I would totally order online, and I am more than happy to wait whatever the shipping time is for getting new supplies in. Like, I am not opposed to ordering online. It's actually the only way to get the materials I actually want versus what there is in the stores. Stores are nice for, like, if somebody orders a commission and they need it by the end of the month or the end of the week or something, right? Then you can just go to the store and, you know, use what there is. But if I'm honest, you know, I'd rather certain types of things over others. Or get better deals on some websites versus others, you know. And when it comes to jump rings, I like 4 and 5 millimeter size jump rings. 6s are nice sometimes, but I actually really prefer 5 millimeter jump rings. It just seems to be the right size for everything I need to do. And you don't find 5 millimeter jump rings in the stores. You just don't. You find either 4 or you find 6. And like that 1 millimeter difference can make or break like the proportions of something. Like, especially when you're working so small, you're working with beads. Like, that 1 millimeter difference is the dimension of a whole, like, bead. Like, these are about 1 millimeter each, you know? So, I have certain things I like and certain things I need and certain things I need to restock up on. But primarily, I stash bust. I only order beads, like, 3 or 4 times a year. 2, 3, 4, 5. But when I do, you know, I make somewhat decent-sized orders. I don't make small orders, and I don't make ginormous ones, but, you know, small to medium-sized orders is what I make. Because realistically, I don't need a whole lot, and what I do get goes a long way. Like, I just recently reordered black, but I didn't order as much as I could have because I wanted to try out some other colors. Which I don't regret. But I will come time when I need to reorder black again because I didn't get as much as I should have. But it comes down to budget and it comes down to what you need. I don't know. 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I've only been out of gold jump rings for about a week. Because I still have enough clasps and ear wires and like head pins and stuff, but it's hard to find bulk jump rings in the right size sometimes. I'm trying to remember where I got this last batch from either. Anyway, I don't remember. But I'll check XYZ next time I'm actually ordering so that I can get like 1,000 at once. 1,000 will go a long way for me. Need 1,000 jump rings. So I'm doing a 5-5 domino now. Makes sense. Thank you. So what are you guys doing? What are we all working on today? If you're working on a project, or what are you doing while you have me on in the background? I'm curious. I am curious what other things are on the go. Frenzy said she was working on the folded origami box. I'm trying to remember the name of the designer, and I am failing right now. But she has some really neat, interesting beaded patterns. Procrastinating! Or are you procrastinating? Or are you like me? Are you proclaspinating? I have been proclaspinating a lot of my work. Which is how I ended up putting chains on lots of stuff. And then running out of jump rings. Lol. It's a term I recently learned from Katie Dean. Katie Dean is like one of my beading heroes. I absolutely love her work, and if I want dimensional things that look like things, Katie Dean's the way to go. But she had a few beading terms that I'd never heard before. Proclaspinating was one of them. That's where you make a whole project except for the clasp, because you've already done the fun part. And that's what happens to me a lot. That's how I end up with pendants that don't have chains, because I made the fun component, but I haven't put the chain on it. So yeah, that one's fun. And then we know whips already, which is works in progress, and UFOs, which is unfinished objects. But there's PhDs, which are projects half done. And then there's Nesty, N-E-S-T-Y, which are not even started yet. Ziggy Dink, hello. Welcome. First time chat. Also, thank you for the recent follow. I saw that right before I went live. I'm like, who's this? Hello. Making cards for my embroidery floss, so it's easier to store and use. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Organization is key for your main mediums. My embroidery floss is all in a giant pile in a tub because it is not my main medium. It is more of a mixed media medium for me. All the cross stitchers I'm friends with like cringe at how I store my floss. It's fun. 5, 6, and 7. Doesn't need a chain. It's fine. Well, it needs a chain if I need it to get out of my house. And the good thing about putting a chain on things is it makes it wearable for somebody. And because it's wearable, like daily use kind of wearable, then it's easier to sell. So putting a chain on things basically equates to inventory, and inventory equates to like a quick sale. You know, and it still may take several months or a couple years for that particular piece to sell, but at least it's finished, you know? And my work doesn't expire. Like, it doesn't have an expiration date. Like, here's an example of necklaces. Necklaces. There's these two. The red one I did finish, start to finish, but the blue one, I just had the pendant because I had run out of the super duos. So I had to put a chain on it at one point. And this is going to be like my first YouTube tutorial. Is these two. This is front and backs. It's reversible. Looks different on either side. And I chose this one for my first YouTube tutorial, which I'm still editing because I don't want to have to illustrate the front and back for like my standard tutorials and stuff. And I need to start somewhere. So this is where I'm starting. It's a super pretty piece though. Little poinsettia. And this came out of like a commission that was done in these colors, slightly different. Or it was a different button or something. I don't remember. But it was done in these colors, and then I made a couple extras with the diamond duos that I had at the time. Gem duos, sorry. They're not pointy enough for diamond duos. But yeah. Just put a chain on it, which is sometimes a little more involved. Like I have these little tiny beaded components and little measured out segments of chain. So it's not literally just plain chain. But it is, sorry about the loud noises, somewhat detailed. So the chain is a little more involved sometimes. Ziggy Dink. I tend to over-organize and then complicate the designs for organizations, so it takes forever. Oh no. But if you're having fun doing it, that's the part that matters, right? Like, these are your fancy embroidery floss cards, but you also like looking at them. And it pleases you. And that's just as important sometimes too, you know. Storage that works matters. Even if nobody else will see it, storage that works matters. Got a broken bead in there somewhere. Come here, you. My bead storage is primarily the individual circular canisters, and these are like the greatest thing. I love these. I love these so much. I have all three sizes. The middle size is like this. I do have one in reach. Ta-da. And it lets me, I just put little stickers on the bottom when I get new stock in. I haven't done this with all my old stock, but new stock in, I write the brand and the number and the size bead it is on the bottom. I haven't done that with this one because this one I apparently bought years ago, and I'm just now getting to the point where I'll have to put it into a smaller container. But I can mark on the bottom with a price dot what it is and what size it is, so I can reorder easily when I need to. Yes, I'm doing some research for my shamanic training. Ooh, but reading a book originally written in 1654 is slow going. Oh my gosh, tell me about it. Yeah. That's something you have to absorb in tiny chunks. That's like, that's some intense studying, Jess. That's like, put a candle on and some soft music maybe, and just like give yourself the time. I hope it goes well. I hope you're learning some fascinating information and giving yourself patience with the language from 1654, which is very old. Very old. Goodness. Ziggy, the results are worth it, but the process, sometimes it's just so extra. Fair enough. But yeah, that's why I like these, because I can see what color they are when I look at it, and then I can write on the bottom, like here. But in the cases themselves, I can see which case has what color I need and what beads are in there, and it's just great. I organize by size and type. So size first and type, and then like color inside the box itself. So it looks like I am fully stocked up on size 15 beads right now. I am not allowed to buy any more. This is my most recent one, was this blue one. Size 15 Delicas. Oh, so shiny. I love Capri Blue, because I was disappointed that neither of these other two shades are what I need. I actually need like a dark navy as well, but this will be a good for the interim. A good one for now. I don't have near enough colors in 15s because I've got these and then I've got like maybe 4 others. So it's like 34, but not all the Roy G. Biv I could want. Ah. Ziggy, that is a dream organization. All the colors are so pretty. You can buy it at Walmart and Michael's. Like, once I found those, I'm like, I'm never going back. So, like, It unfortunately leads to like waste from like the original packaging of the bead tubes, but I can't really do a lot about that. But yeah, I really love just being able to see what I need when I need it. But also have it entirely hidden from view when I don't want to look at it. Because I'm a visual cue kind of person, but I'm also like I hate surface clutter everywhere kind of person. So it's like this weird constant struggle of like a messy, cleanly person. I'm in the middle. I'll have explosions of creative mess, and then I hit like critical mess. I did that on purpose, haha. Critical mass. And then I have to like clean up all at once, or at least until I feel comfortable in the space again, and then start all over. And right now I have some floor mess that is getting on my nerves because I put it there. It's my fault. I have to deal with it. It's on my list. Same. Creative mess, and then you're like, okay, I can't take it anymore. I gotta clean up. And that's when I like put on like Welcome to Night Vale or something. How did I drop it? Oh, this bead it's got a little gap in there. I don't know if you can see that, but it fell off the thread. Sad. I haven't had to cull this much in a while. This last batch of black has been a little wump. Not too bad. Like I'm not losing that many beads, but yeah. I definitely got to clean that floor mess. Because things I have in the floor mess. Beading mats that need backings sewn onto them. Like this bead mat right here. I sew shelf liner onto the back so that it doesn't move around on your surface, on your desk. Because otherwise, like, let me show you the standard ones as they come. They'll move around and shift and stuff. Like the beads won't shift on the surface, but the surface itself will shift on the table unless you sew a shelf liner onto the back. Which is, I've got two more to sew. I have them in different colors because I get tired of the same color over and over again. Like I got tired of my green one, and then I bought the blue one. I like the blue one recently. But then I have like a puzzle mat that I need to actually use, and I have my Reboot toys that I bought for $5. I bought the action figures. Look at Hex. She's great. Hex is my favorite. Ziggy. I'm in the process of setting up a craft corner in the living room, but now there's just boxes of craft supplies in my room for weeks. Oh, I know that feel. Slowly driving me nuts. OMG Reboot. Yes. Look at. Okay, I gotta show off. I love Reboot. This is like the first ever animated anything, period, but also the first animated anything I ever watched. This was Toonami at like 2 or 3 in the afternoon, I think. It came on right after Sailor Moon. All I've ever seen of Sailor Moon is the end credits, so I can watch Reboot. Reboot. Like, my raid alert needs to be the incoming game, and I do have a command, and like my defend alert is Reboot, but I need to fix like the sound files and stuff, find better sources. So we have Hex, and she's fabulous, and these are fully articulated, and it was just like some guy on Craigslist just selling Reboot action figures for $5, and she has masks. Here, this looks like a whole complete set, so like her face comes off, and she has a happy face. Only 3 or 4? It's 4. And then she has her crying face. You gotta love it. And then she has her shocked face. Ooh. Like, if I were a cosplayer, hexadecimal is one of those cosplays I would love to make. Hexadecimal and, like, Beatrix from Final Fantasy IX. I tried to make Beatrix from Final Fantasy IX, and that was the point where I realized I'm not a cosplayer. I don't want to sew that much. So I've never done it. But if I were a cosplayer, hexadecimal is one of the characters I would absolutely love to do. I like her evil face. She doesn't have the cracked mask, which is sad, but like that's like good Hex. That's later seasons Hex. We have Hex. And then we have Bob. Look at Bob. Bob with silver hair though, yeah. Like web hair Bob. It's weird. But Glitch is actually interchangeable too. So you have the saw, and then you have the grabby hook thing. So great. These are really nice figures too, though. Like, they're really nicely well articulated, but they're also detailed enough. They're from 1995, apparently. This is like one of the first wave set of toys. Bob and Hex need to dance. Here's Dot. She's not as detailed as the other two, which is sad. Like, she doesn't have too much texture going on in the rest of her. But that's okay. She still looks like Dot. She looks great. Hey, Dot. Hey, Dot. Nope. Come on. Yo. I don't like me. Waldo's in the background. Sometimes my camera has problems. But they all have stands, but they're so well, like, they've been played with a lot. You can just feel it in how loose the joints are. So they don't all stand up very well. Dot does okay. Enzo does okay as well. And Dot has Cecil. But Enzo does okay standing up as well. His face model looks a little off to me. Like, that's not quite Enzo, but it's close enough. The detailing in the rest of him is fine, but his face just a little bit off model. This arm doesn't want to bend so well. Neither of his arms do. I don't know why that is. All the rest of them articulate fine. He's got his little knee pads and detailed little shoes. No frisket though, and no megabyte, so I'm very upset. But that's okay. But we looked him up, and this is actually what came in this package. So, and they each have little acrylic coins. So here's Enzo. This one's Dot. Here's Bob. So I guess they're like collector coin things. And then here's Hex with angry face on. And then there's like a couple extra stands. And like just some guy in my town just had a listing on Craigslist that was like old action figures and toys, you know, $5 a bag. And this was one of the pictures, and like, I just took a screenshot of the listing with the reboot toys and was like, you still got these? And so, you know, I met him in a parking lot of a furniture store and you know, looked through the rest of the tub, but none of the others were like super cool. Most of the others were like Burger King and McDonald's toys that I had no sentimental attachment to. But reboot I love. So I love these guys so much. $5 I think is fantastic and totally worth it. So I want to set hexadecimal on my shelf over here. I have Dream of the Endless. Just being freaking magnificent. So I want to figure out a way to get hexadecimal to stand up and put her next to Dream so that they can be fighting or something. It's great. I'm a nerd. Some of my two majestic, most loved characters of all time, you know. Stella, thank you for the lurk. enjoy your time. I'll be right here if you need me. Now I'm shifting around. I'm all fidgety. I'm always fidgety. I think you guys know this, but like I feel extra fidgety today. Me and my siblings. Nobody in my family is able to sit still. We all have the fidgets. I think it's more half and half. I think me and my little sister and one of my brothers are the most fidgety. And the other three are slightly less. But I think we all are to an extent. I'm the one most prone to like HHV, which is like cold sores and stuff. All of those viruses love me to pieces. I've had most of them. Good thing they're not contagious for the most part. Well, they are, but only once. I get the resurgences of them. Okay, this is a 5. I gotta remember that this is a 5, not a 6 again, because I've already been so used to making 6s. This is a 5/5 domino. I'm really gonna love this piece when it's done. Oh my gosh. If you guys want to know what I'm using for the warp threads, I'm using upholstery thread. Is this Zoology? It's a very thick upholstery thread, just an all-purpose. Extra strong, it says, 100% bonded nylon. And I like the thickness of upholstery thread for warp threads. It just gives your work a little bit more body and heft to it. Loomwork's not fragile necessarily, but 6, 7. It is one of those art forms where if you don't have super good tension, you can have loose spots. And upholstery thread can help with that in case you accidentally don't have good enough tension on any particular stitch or day or something, you know. So I love upholstery thread. It gives stiffness and flex, and also is still flexible to your piece. And then I use coordinating beading thread for the wefts. So right now I have a red Nymo. This is B? This is Nymo B? I think it's a B weight. I don't really see a whole lot of difference between B and D, honestly, because I have a cone of each. But spool Nymo is superior to bobbin Nymo, guaranteed. If you've ever heard rumors about that or like seen people talk about it, it is 100% true. It is 1000% true. I will never use bobbin Nymo ever again. I think I'm actually currently all out of bobbin Nymo finally. No. I have a navy blue. So unless I can't find a color in anything but bobbin Nymo, I will never use it again. Not that it's bad, because it's absolutely not, and I've made many pieces in my life with bobbin Nymo. Many hundreds of pieces. The spool is just so much better. Oh my gosh. Like, I wish I'd bought spools years ago, but I didn't buy spools until about 3 years, maybe 4 years ago. 2, 3, 4, somewhere in there, and like, I haven't even made a dent in it, and I use red all the damn time. And then I have a blue as well, that it just doesn't look like you've ever used it. It lasts so long. And they're about $30 per spool, which is a lot of money to spend on thread, but actually isn't. Like, if I were to buy $30 of KO or Sono or something for the yardage that they sell them in, it would not equal this amount of thread. So it's actually a very reasonable price. It just seems like a lot all at once when you buy stuff in bulk. That's always the case, isn't it? So I want one of every color of Nymo spool. Actually, I have 3 spools. I have the red, I have the turquoise, which is kind of like a pale blue. It's not like a true turquoise. And I have a vintage cone of off-white. And that thread is far thicker than D weight. I don't even know what weight it is. It's not marked. It's not labeled. It's obviously Nymo. There's just no way it's anything else. But the weight of that thread is like double the weight of D. And like I gotta be careful what I use it with because it's so hard to make multiple passes through beads. It just really is. But I really love it. And I got it for free. So I was given it by an old boss. She's like, I don't know what all this like crafting stuff is. You can have it. Like, sweetness. I worked in an antique store at that point. So like she didn't care about the craft supplies. That came her way. She's like, you want these? I'm like, okay, I'll take them. Why not? And so I've made good use of several of them since. Some of them have become staples. Jonathan Rickmeyer, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome to the bead box. Thank you for beating my friend on Vanishing Pearl. How are you today? I am finishing up some beaded dominoes here. 8 is all I can fit on this loom if I want to be able to weave in all the ends, and I do. One sec. Yeah. So yeah, I'm done with this one. I'm done with all 8 of these. I keep like pulling super tight on the white beads. I don't know why, but they're a little more uneven than the others. Doesn't really matter, but it does to some people. It doesn't matter to me. Let's just say that. There's my Reginald. Thread is not long enough to do anything useful with. Hello. First time chat. Howdy from the historical Rickmeyer estate and family in Canada. Established 1890. Apologies for long introduction. I'm used to using it in formal documents and it kind of stuck. It's okay. But hello. I am not familiar with this establishment, but I'm doing well. I am making a project by Sharon Bateman in her book Contemporary Loom Beading. This guy. Sorry for the stickers. It is a library, ILL. I am making the project, the cover project, which is this weird, like, cha-cha bracelet kind of thing. Cha-cha bracelets aren't usually my thing, but this is ridiculous, and my significant other suggested I do dominoes instead of, like, the little flappy tags here, and I thought that was hilarious, and so that's what I'm doing. I'm making dominoes. Ooh, very clever. I love it already. Yeah. Loomwork is my favorite type of beadwork. It's something I've done ever since I was 13, so coming on 20 years of beading, like almost nonstop. That's a lot of beading. I've made thousands of pieces in my life. So at this point, the more wacky the idea, the more interesting I find it, basically. So the other day I charted the designs that I'm doing now in one of the programs that I use. And so I have all these dominoes, all these different colors. This is 56. I think 56 might be too many. I think I might end up needing like 35 to 45, but we'll see. Any extras I'll make into other types of jewelry, like pendants or earrings or something. So yeah, very clever. Love it already. Thank you. Thank you. I like it too. I'm actually ready to take it off the loom for now. I'm probably not going to get to any more weaving this particular stream. So, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blank, and a 5, 5. Okay. 8 out of 56. Done. I'm going to put away my beads and my needle. For now. So I don't lose anything or spill unnecessarily. So we'll take that off the loom in just a second as I put my stuff away. My needle minder today is Waldo. I actually did not make this. A friend of mine made this. We did an art trade. It was actually a pair of earrings to start with, but the loop on it busted. So I took the loop off and I mop and glued it and I turned it into a minder, and the other one I turned into a keychain. But he's a cool friend. He's a cool guy. Well, I'd say acquaintance. Acquaintance is more accurate. I don't actually know if he's still in town. It's likely. Most people don't escape this town very often, but I haven't seen him in a few years. So I'm putting my beads away. Jonathan. Freezing in Vancouver currently after having to assist family with clearing up when our 1-ton antique crystal $20,000 chandelier fell from its chain last night and crashed. Oh no. So trying to find streamers I can chill and vibe to. My chat is usually pretty chill. I have chill music going. It's not always audible on your end of stream, but it keeps me from like total silence on my end. So, but man, how much of it is busted? Because a chandelier that size, it's got to have some weight to it. You're going to be cleaning up glass for like, whew. And so this is like one of the centerpieces in like the estate that you mentioned earlier. Oh my gosh. I hope repairs go smoothly. Put this away for now. Phantom of the Opera chandelier is what we call it. Oh geez. Yeah, that thing's huge then. Alright, so I'm just gonna twist this off the bead, off the loom. Oh, this is a side with the knots. Go figure. See if I can unpick some of them. I don't like to cut when I know that these will unloop if I loosen the knots enough. The reason I don't like to cut is because I like every little millimeter of thread I can when I'm weaving in the ends. There we go. Oh, I did have a knot here, didn't I? As you can tell, this is a vintage beading loom. This thing is older than I am. They don't make them with wooden rollers anymore. They don't make them out of stainless steel anymore either. They're made out of aluminum these days. But this was in my mom's craft stash like my entire childhood, and then I discovered beading and I'm like, Mom, this is mine now. She's like, sure, I don't use it anyway. I think she was a little more reluctant than that to give it up, but eventually it became mine because she saw how much I actually used it and how much I really liked the art form. Jonathan, apparently it lived up to its namesake. It's not funny though, like all that shattered glass. And the chain, like, what happened to the chain that it fell? How old is this thing, by the way? I'm gonna put this away. I won't need it anymore this stream. I'm only doing these dominoes 8 at a time so that I don't have to like make 56 and hate myself for months on end. So at this point, I just snip all the loops where it went around the nail head on the roller. And anytime there are 2 connected, fold it in half and snip at the midpoint. Get to feed the Reginald today. All right. Jonathan, loving your domino beads, and it's what happens when you live in an 8,000 square foot home. Important repairs tend to be forgotten till the worst moment. Yeah. It's rusted due to a century of little to no maintenance. No, but that makes sense as well. So, like, it's not something that's ever been repaired in your lifetime, and now you end up being the person having to repair it, right? That's unfortunate. But yeah, I'm loving the dominoes too. I think it's super fun, silly idea. I'm just all about silly ideas when it comes to beadwork. If I'm making myself laugh, I'm doing it right. If I'm making others laugh, I'm even doing it better. I'm not saying it's the most marketable beadwork, but it is the silliest. You just gotta find the right audience. Meaning, you just wait until somebody says, oh, I like that. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot about this loose thread. Unfortunate. Oh well. Yeah, all the dominoes have this little row of gray on the bottom here. And that's the part that's going to eventually weave into the final piece. I'll put them on the loom, but I'll weave every other row, a plain row of beads, and then this one will stick up and be woven through into the piece. Like, it took me several tries of looking at this project and checking it out, checking the book out several times to be able to be like, oh yeah, that's how that's gonna work. Because their instructions aren't very clear and there's no diagram for it in this project, which is so weird. Like, she was so great at, like, diagrams all through the technique section, and then just, like, not so much in the actual projects themselves. But that's okay. I still want, though, this book. Jonathan, home used to have staff of 30, now just 5. Oh, geez. Yeah, very clever. Thanks. I can't take credit for this one, but... Or for the domino idea either. That was my significant other. He was like, you should do that project with dominoes. And I'm like, I've always wanted to do this project, so dominoes it is. But I'm only doing 8 at a time because this is a large endeavor. It's a long-term project. I think I'm allowed a new start. I have finished most everything I've finished this month has been things that were in progress. So I've gotten a lot of whips done. I've had, I think, 2 new starts total. What was the other one? I guess it was, technically a new start, but not. So maybe this is my only new start this month so far. Okay. You've more patience than me. People say that. I only have patience when it comes to beadwork. When it comes to human relationships, I have much less than I should, which is a problem. I don't enjoy double standards, and that's what gets me. Why do I have... This needle is the one I need. Apologies. Have to go open gate for delivery, guys. Sorry if I don't return. It's quite alright if you don't return. You have a job to do. So I will bead here if you need. And if you are saying farewell for now, then that's okay too. I'll see you next time. Okay, so we're gonna clear off all the ones we're not working on. But look at this pile of fibery mess. This is the reason people don't like Loomwork. It's not as scary as it looks, I promise. But this is the trade-off you get for being able to weave super fast. And you gotta do something with all these threads when you're like unsure what to do. And like the technique I'm gonna show you right now, it is in this book. This is the only book in existence that this technique actually exists in, which is a freaking shame. Because it changed my entire like approach to beadwork, to loomwork. So she actually has you crossing over this base row with the outer threads, which is a good idea, but for this piece, I know that I won't be able to because of the width, the diameter of these warp threads, I won't be able to also weave this into the final project. So I'm just going to go up the sides on the edges. But all you do is you go between the threads that are wrapping around that outer warp, just like that, for however many as you want to do. I'm going to go at least 6. And it was 7. Everything's kind of a mess, literally. No. Okay. I might need my pliers. And it wasn't threaded. Dang. Okay. These are kind of short threads, which is what I was afraid of. They easily unthread sometimes, so I'm using more of a cross-stitching kind of needle. I don't know, sewing needle maybe. There you go. And you just pull through, and then it is secured on the side just like that. Sorry, my nose itches. And then for the interior warps, you do the same thing, but you go between the wefts in each row. So I'll do it without threading at first because these are obviously way too short to work with. This is going to be a little more finicky than even I like to do, but that's okay. So you just go between. You only want the red, and this is why I do it in contrasting colors. You only want the red thread to show on top of your needle. If you have black showing, you went a little too deep. So 4, 5, and I'm skipping this first row. This base row, you need to skip it. If you don't, you'll undo your work. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And if at all possible, I like all of these threads to be exiting on the same row by the time I'm done with it. There you go, just like that. Ta-da! And by the time everything is all woven in, you have clean ends where your warp threads were exiting. You just snip these right off where they are. No extra work needed. You don't go through a single bead in this process. It's fantastic. That's the best part about it, because if anybody's ever woven in Loomwork and you've gone through beads, you know you always run the risk of breaking a bead, or multiple beads even. And you also run the risk of like accidental tension warping everything out of place. And it's just a nightmare. And this is a technique that just never gets used. Like, I sent it in as a tip and trick to like Bead and Button at one point. And I only ever seen this book mention it, which is the reason this book is great to have. Because she even elaborates on this technique in a couple different directions and different ways of attaching things at the end. And the only other place I've ever seen it is a blog post that I can't even find now because I never bookmarked it, talking about this book. So I have taught it to as many people as I can. I've put it up as a freebie tutorial as many places as I could. It's on my website now, vanishingpearl.com. If you want to get the tutorial, it's free for this technique, or just watch me do it, and then you get then you get the gist of it. Like, either way, or get the book. Techniques are free. They should be shared. I believe trade secrets should be shared, because you never know what the next person is going to take it to, what level somebody is going to advance an art form to. There's no point in holding on to secrets, you know? Even more so, like, don't expect your kids to pass things on. No. That may not happen. Kids are their own people. They don't have to share your interests. If somebody shares your interests, you know, be generous with your knowledge, and that's what I try to be. Man, I'm sad that these threads are so short. It's a lot easier when you can maneuver with a longer piece of thread, but that's just what happens, you know. And not everybody even is going to like this method of warp management, but if you want the edges of your beadwork to be gorgeous, as they will have to be gorgeous for this piece, the top edge specifically is gonna have to be gorgeous, then this is the way you need to do it, man. And it's totally worth it. Like, it may seem like a pointless waste of time, but it is the absolute cleanest way to make your work look professional. It's great. Like, and there are far too many beading resources out there that are like, and just finish off your bracelet, and they don't really tell you how, or just finish off your warps and put a clasp on it and be done. And it's like, but how do you do this? Like, what are the ways to do this? And this method is my favorite. There are plenty of others, and some of those others are mentioned in this book, but she shows you how to put clasps on them with this method and with other methods, but she mostly uses this method. And like, I don't know where Sharon Bateman learned it, so it may be her own development. I don't know her personally, but like this specific technique has like upped my loom game like nobody's business. And it's faster than weaving through beads. And it allows you to have the heavier upholstery thread, which gives your work a much more pleasant body. And that's worth its weight in gold, man. Like, look how cleanly that goes into the work. It just hides and it's snug and it's pretty. Because basically it's wrapping around this final row here of the thread that's in this final row, and it's just staying put. It's just trapped. It's trapped by tension, and it's great, and I love it. And I can't say enough good things about this. Mostly because I didn't find out about it or figure it out myself until 2016, and I started beading in 2002, so that was like 14 years of frustrating instructions and nobody being willing to share information, or nobody knowing that this information existed, you know. So like, this book got published in 2009, so that was still like 7 years of the knowledge being out there and me not having any clue about it, because I'd never heard of this book. See, in 2009 I would have been in college, so I would have been busy. But like, not every beading book that's out there was even like well marketed, so this is definitely one that I don't think was ever marketed, which is a shame, because it's a book all about looming. Like, looming, I would argue, is probably one of the more intimidating forms of beadwork. Like, it's a ubiquitous rite of passage for most people to like start learning how to bead on a loom, but then it's the thread manipulation in the end that scares most people off. The warp management here. This row doesn't like me, so I'm just gonna stop it at the one before. Like, I like to end them all on the same row, but that's not always possible. Not always possible. So you see how this side is becoming far stiffer and this side's still a little loose, and I have to squeeze my rose back up because it's such a small piece. That'll be fixed. I got 2 more over here. I really wish they weren't such short pieces of thread. So yeah, it's a lot of thread waste, but also like not any more than most pieces where you have to undo work and lose thread that way too. Get in there. Okay. I'm gonna pull from here. Aha! Sometimes you need the tweezers. One last one on this side, and then I'll snip them off, and you'll see how like gorgeous and pretty it is. You're like, man, but this takes forever. Yeah, but it's beadwork. It all takes forever. Like, what is fast when it comes to beadwork? There really isn't such a thing. There's faster, and this is definitely faster than other methods. Guarantee it. Still tedious, but still fast. You know, and this is where like watching TV comes in handy. Like that's really the only multitasking I do is beading while watching TV. Or while watching streamers. That works too. But other forms, nope, not my thing. And this one I rethreaded several times because, you know, sometimes that's just easier. There we go. Oh, come on. It's such a short piece. It doesn't usually, like, try to unravel this much on this side. But there is our beautiful clean edge. Do you ever listen to podcasts? I do listen to podcasts all the time. Well, not all the time. I like storytelling podcasts, and I find that I don't have as many that I gravitate towards. I've listened to Welcome to Night Vale for years now, and it's starting to meander a lot. Like after episode 100, and it's at like episode 200 now, it's starting to meander a lot and is losing my interest. But I listen to a lot of the Night Vale Presents stuff, like Alice Isn't Dead and Within the Wires, and what was the one with the circus? That one was okay. But I liked Within the Wires the best out of all the Night Vale stuff. It Makes a Sound was okay. But I like nicely produced podcasts. Mike Rose, those are fun. The little stories and the way he tells them, those are cool. 99% Invisible, if I want educational based stuff. Freakonomics is super cool as well for education based stuff. See, there you go. You just snip them off and then you have a clean edge, and you can't even see where those extra threads are. They're just part of the work now. If you're very lucky, they don't stick out at all. If they do stick out at all, you can always take a little lighter. I've got a grill lighter to melt them down a bit. Do you listen to those on Spotify? I do. Mostly. Sometimes, like on the Night Vale Presents website. You might like Mystery Show by Gimlet. Maybe. Like, I don't know. I don't know until I've tried something, you know? The Beef and Dairy Network is super funny. If you like British comedy, that one's super funny. The Jump, is that the right word? That's brain. Miss Manson, the lead singer of Garbage, that's her talking about interviewing artists who accidentally made it famous in the same kind of manner that she did, which is super cool. They just came about it through different routes, and so you get to hear her interview artists like Chromeo and such. It's super cool. Yes! Yes to what? My nose itches every time I'm on stream. It's so dumb. But The Jump is super fun. And then I've followed up and listened to some of the artists as well. It's like, man, where have you been my whole life? But like, I have to be in like the right mood to listen to podcasts. I have to like be cleaning my room or something. It's not always something I can do while working on this. So like the tasks I do when I listen to podcasts are like cleaning my room, organizing my space, or working on digital art. British humor. Ah, yes. Oh, I love British humor. It's great. Super great. What was the last thing I watched? I'm still working my way through Are You Being Served, which I watched as a kid, but I have like the entire collection. Do you have any favorite artists or genres you like? As far as music goes? Oh, geez. Lots. Lots. Where do I even start? A lot of my go-tos are things like Caro Bonito, or I'm just gonna name things randomly because like Garbage is great, and the Fratellis are great, and I just recently started listening to Paramore. I don't know why I missed it my whole life. She was actually touring. She's the same age as I am, and like they were actually touring while I was in high school, like, and I read about it in the newspapers. We lived in the same state. But like, who else have I been listening to a lot lately? Like, my brain is gonna fart. It really is. Casey Musgraves, like, I didn't realize she was as good as she is. But things like She and Him, which is like Zooey Deschanel, she has a fantastic singing voice. And Steve Martin and Edie Brickell together are really great. Like, I like all the good things of all the genres. Doesn't have to be favorites, just the ones you think of. Yeah, no. Those are the ones I'm thinking of. Sturgill Simpson. So, like, all the genres. Like, Sturgill Simpson is, like, solidly country sometimes. And it's super great. But I am an enjoyer of most genres. Mini genres. Dottie Freyr, like the Icelandic guy. They came in 4th in Eurovision last year. I don't know. Just when Think About Things came out, it was like, oh, who are these people? This is fantastic and weird, and I love it. The weirder the better, honestly. The weirder the better, or the more experimental, or just somebody's obviously having fun with what they do. And they're not just like sticking themselves in a box. Yeah, Kate Bush. Kate Bush is great. You know, I grew up listening to things like the Eagles in Kansas, and Queen and, you know, classic rock for the most part. But then I grew up on like MTV and VH1, and, you know, I've just like been introduced to lots and lots and lots and lots of different music. Supreme Beings of Leisure, like strong lady voices are phenomenal. Yeah, I recently got into bluegrass and prominent banjos. Ooh, but also Ashniko and Wolf Alice. I'm not familiar with those. Always a fan of Stromae. See? All sorts of new stuff. There's like so much to enjoy in the world that you can't really like enjoy it all. And that's amazing and a tragedy at the same time. Oh, but bluegrass, like, yeah. Roughly Nickel Creek, I really love. It's like, I love it when people are, you can tell that people really are interested in the genre and they just push it to its limits and they're having fun while they do it, you know? For me, it was Jimi Hendrix, Robbie Williams, and disco growing up. Okay, cool. You may or may not be. May or may not be showing your age there. No, it's okay. Like, what I grew up with was older than what I am too, though, so. We all grow up listening to our parents' taste in music, right? And I'm not opposed to classic rock at all. Like, I have, at one point or another, owned every Eagles album in existence, and I've been to one concert before Glenn Frey passed away. So that was super cool. But I've also been to like a Train concert, which now is super embarrassing because Pat Monahan is sold out and away from his goofy earlier self. But I've also been to like a Tegan and Sarah concert, and what else have I been to concert-wise? Garbage. Went to Garbage. I wanted to go to Reverend Horn Heat, but that's when the pandemic was just starting up, so we didn't get to go to that. Man, am I ever gonna see Rev in concert? I want to see Rev in concert. Somehow went into Aerosmith and Guns N' Roses. Just older music, but I'm 23, so some also considered me old. Are you the old soul sort? I have a decade on you then. All interests in music are super valid. All of them. At least I think. I don't know that there's... I'm not aware of much that is incredibly hateful, but anything that is hateful would not be valid in my opinion. But that's okay. Oh, where am I at? Come on. Ha! Hello! Welcome, Prince! How are you today? Look! I'm making a domino. This is my 6-5. I'm actually making 8 dominoes, which is the first set out of 56 dominoes. I'm gonna hate myself by the end of this project. Like, I'm gonna have to return the library book before I'm done with this project. Oh no. The only thing I'm working on this stream. We know it. No finishes today. I think I've ruined my finish streak by starting this guy. There you go. There's these. And stick them in my art jar. It's always been an escape and just brings me joy. The music? Oh, nice. And you see that I have this little tiny little bit of red sticking up. That is too small for my scissors to actually cut, so burn it away. One domino down, 55 to go. Tedious. Sure. Not any more tedious than most of the things you make. But I have 7 more here. And then that row of gray is going to be woven into the base of the bracelet, sticking downwards, and then I'll go one way and then push them up through the warps and go the other way when I get that far. You know, a few months from now. So yeah, this, I think I probably need a little plastic bag to start putting stuff in, huh? Yeah. Let's do a medium-sized bag. Where are we at? That's why I use square stitch. Oh. Nah. Well, maybe. I don't know. I like the look and feel of Loomwork better though. Because I have done a comparison of the exact same thing with square stitch and Loomwork, and I absolutely love the Loomwork piece better. Technically these are probably a bit too small to make it worthwhile for loom, because there are so many of them and lots of woven ends to weave in. But I just love the stiffness and the texture and the feel of doing them loomed. Even little bits like this. This is a piece for me anyway, so it's worth it for me. When it's something I have to sell, when it's inventory wise, then square stitch would be the better option for something this tiny. Because this is tiny. This is tiny for Loomwork. But yeah, to each their own. Square stitch is the more sensible option of the two. Especially since the threads on this are so short. Sad. It's my own fault though. I could have loomed this on something else. And I don't know. I might figure out a way to do the rest on the jewelry tray. Not sure yet. But the standard loom fits on stream, of course, so. All them loose strings make me go cross-eyed. Well, come on, you just hold back the others as you weave in the one you're working on. I know, it's not everybody's thing. I just eventually learned to stop fighting when somebody says, yeah, no, I'm never going to do that. I'm like, oh, I'm never going to have any friends. But that's okay. Come on, I was right there. But there are some people that still will enjoy this method, and if you've done any loom work at all, this is a much nicer, cleaner way to finish off your work. So the tedium is worth it just for that spotless presentation. Because this is one of the only mediums where this is one of the only forms of beadwork where finishing it off isn't as easy as weaving it. See? Boop. So if the threads were longer, this would be a lot easier actually, but the threads aren't longer, so it is what it is. I like the loom, but I do it a bit different, so there aren't so many threads. There are lots of ways to do it. There's the Rix loom, but I don't like the little loops left on the edges of every other bead. for the Rix loom or for any versions of waning your work, because I splice my warps all the time. This is a method that if you splice your work, it doesn't matter because you don't have to move any threads through the work. I don't like waning my work. It's just, it doesn't appeal to me. I don't like the little loops around the edges. You know, and it's just, this way for me makes it feel sturdier and cleaner. There are ways where you can like square stitch your starting row to your loom and then warp between both your starting rows, and that is your warp. And I've done that way as well. And you have to know exactly how long your piece is going to be, like exactly, when you do it that way. And sometimes you don't. Like sometimes you want to stop early, or sometimes you need to do an extra repeat or something and you need to make it longer, and that method doesn't allow for that. So I like this method of finishing off, which isn't any different than like the original method, other than you don't go through any beads at all. You're just going between thread. You know what? Watching you, I've been doing it wrong. Doing what wrong? What? Doing what wrong? There's no wrong way. But you go in between. So you're not going under the warp thread that's on the other side. You're going in between, the wefts, like a sandwich. So like this. Your needle is passing through the cross wefts like this. Basically. And that's the biggest reason that I use the contrast of threads. So you'll see the red against the black. You know, because I warp with the black and I am weaving with the red. And seeing the contrast on top of the needle is the reason for that. But also, you know, it's just a design choice. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So I'm weaving to the halfway point since these are so small. When I was young, I tried to fit them all into the beads. So did I when I was young. When I started in 2002. And that's how I did it until 2016. Actually, no, there was like one piece I made as a kid. Just somewhere in here. I don't even know. It's down there. Where I actually did it kind of like this, but I had knotted it first and then woven it through that way. And if I had just skipped the knots, I would have had it right from the start. I'm so upset. That didn't work. I wove the edges and folded over. Yeah. I've done knotting. I've done folding overs. I've done through the beads. I've done all the methods there are out there. And it wasn't even until 2009 that a method got printed that works for me. And I didn't find it till 2016. Actually, I came across, I thought of it on my own and went, what if I did this? And then like a couple months later, I borrowed this book from the library. And there it was, just plain as day. These are techniques. One image tells you all you need to know. You skip your first row. You go under the wefts of however many rows you want to. The end. It's the 90s before online videos. Yeah, this isn't even in online videos. I think Seed Bead Bliss does it now. Seed Bead Bliss, Leslie, I think that's her name. She has a video with this method, which was published after my blog post with this method, which my blog post was published after several years of frustration trying to figure out how it is that some people are getting nice clean edges on their beadwork like this that have been loomed. Oh, come on. So the nice clean pretty edges on obviously loomed beadwork. How is that happening? And this is how. The library still had card catalogs. This, not this book. The other book I got had a card in it. Had a card folder. Had a card envelope. And I'm like, what? This is not my library. I borrowed this. I ILL'd from my library, but it's like, this is a different book. I didn't like this one as much. This is Shaped Beadwork by Diane Fitzgerald. I think I'm just over my shaped beadwork phase. Honestly, like, I don't care much at the moment. So, other than the basic methods on how to increase for flat hexagons and make open shapes like ovals and teardrops and stuff, like doing these and then just doing like flat diamonds and things. The projects don't hold any appeal, the techniques do. But yeah. Yeah, library still had card catalogs when I started beading too. But this method was nowhere to be found anywhere for the longest time. Because I had stumbled on it in somebody's blog post talking about Sharon Bateman's book. I had stumbled on it in roughly 2010, but I forgot to bookmark it, and I wasn't quite... I was doing a lot of web surfing that day, so I wasn't quite stopping and paying attention. And then I never bookmarked whatever blog that was, and I've never found it since. But in 2015, 2016, I was trying to find it after I remembered, okay, what was it? What were they saying they were doing? Were they going up through the rows or something? And I never could find it, but then I was experimenting on pieces and just did it myself one day, just like this. And was like, oh. And so then I just went down a bead looming rabbit hole for a while and then found it in the book. After I learned that the book exists, like literally exists. I was trying to figure out who had written it. And I checked it out, and sure enough, there it was. I'm like, oh. Because I remember the blue beads in the images of the blog post. And I remember something about needle up the row. You know, that's all I remembered. It's called anchor weaving. It's what she calls it, anchor weaving. Or warp weaving. One of the two. Yep. I miss them sometimes, but the Nightmare Librarians must have went through updating those. I can't even imagine. I was not a librarian at that time. Like, I helped at my local library on occasion for, like, beta club hours. That was pretty much the only place I wanted to even do beta club hours was the library. I don't miss beta club. That was pointless, waste of my time, but it wasn't even very social for me. Like, the helping out and volunteering at some places and for some people wasn't a waste of time, but just like, let's all have the smart kids meet up. Like, that was weird. You have good grades, therefore you are admitted into this club of other people with good grades. Library was my sanctuary. Yeah, I've spent so much time in libraries, man. I still do. Because I had to pick these up the other day. I didn't want to go out, but I had already ordered these two books. I'd ordered Heather Kingsley Heath's Albion Stitch book as well. But that one didn't come in at the same time, so it let me request it. So it's got to exist in the Texas group library, I think is where I can order from, is anything in that region. So it let me put a request in. I was looking for the extra Hubble Stitch books, but those aren't available for ILL for me because they're just not in our library system. So sad. So speaking of books, my Tamari book came in yesterday and my S-Dragon kit. Ooh, that's a lot of fancy mail all at the same time. Huzzah! Enjoy. What color dragon? And is the Tamari book as much to drool over as you were expecting it to be? Because I hope so. The author signed it. Who is the author on this one? I don't think you've said. Was it D.K. Watson or was it somebody else? Does D.K. Watson have books? I don't even know. I don't know enough about Tamari, but that's cool. It's signed. Did you get it directly from the author, or did you get it like secondhand and it happens to have a signature? Either way, it's super cool, but I'm curious. Oh, sorry, I'm off camera. Ow. Damn it. Came unthreaded. I obviously use larger needles for this. Photos are beautiful. Barbara Seuss. She only had one left. Oh, okay. Enjoy. I want the sneakity peekity of the bookity. I hope you have a really great time with it because it looks like a fantastic art form. I'm drawn to thread art and like embroidery art. Like as far as enjoying it for the sake of enjoying it, like looking at it. But for a lot of just like not basic embroidery, but like general embroidery, like even cross stitch, it doesn't really appeal to me to make, but I love looking at. Does that make sense? Like I checked out one of the Royal School of Needlework books recently. It was Kelly Aldridge, I think. Yeah. The raised embroidery book. And it just is nice to look at. But then when it came down to me like being, okay, is there anything in here I'd actually want to make? The answer was no, I don't. Like I want to be an embroidery person, but I'm just not. Not without the beads, you know? It's weird. I don't know why. Prince, I've made the thimbles and the more elaborate God's eyes. Ooh, I don't know what that is. Here you go. See? I just cut off the beads on this side. Visually, you can't even tell. If you're holding it, you can tell there's a thickness difference. Like this is a lot more flexible over here, and this has a little bit more stiffness. So there's a textural difference, but there's no visual difference. And look at that. It's just super clean. It's super pretty. Even though it is tedious, it is totally, totally worth it. I think, anyway. Not everybody will agree, but once you've like gone through years and years and years of not knowing any good ways to finish off Loomwork, once you come across this for the first time after years of frustration and maybe like shying away from the art form in favor of other things, and you come to this and you actually do it for the first time, you're like, mind blown. Like the world changes. It really does. Kennedy. Makes complete sense. I love ink, but I have no tattoos. Oh, hello and welcome. But you know, that makes sense. You know, I don't have tattoos either. That's definitely something I like looking at more than I ever want. Very nice. Thank you. Prince, oh goodness, I've been asked to do tattoos and I was like, nope, just no. Like asked to get one or asked to like draw reference art for one. Like I have none. Ixo has one on his shoulder. It's a turtle. But that's it. He just has the one. They want me to ink them. Oh, jeez. That's an odd request. Have have you been into tattooing ever before? Because that's strange if not. Tattoo is a completely different skill set than paper. Oh yeah, no, I know. I know. I have a former coworker of mine. She ended up managing to get an apprenticeship at one of the local tattoo shops, and now she is a full-fledged artist in her own right with a portfolio of her own, which is super cool and exciting because that's what she wanted. Is she wants to do tattoos for people, and that's what she does. You know, her collection of tattoos on her own body is, you know, obviously increasing. I don't know, I've just never been like, you know what, I love this piece of art so much that I want it on my body permanently. Like, my interests in things change all the time. They fluctuate and they change, and it's like, I don't know that I would want something there always. Or if I did ever get a tattoo, I would want it somewhere I couldn't see it every day. So I wouldn't want it on my arms or like my front. It'd be on my back, you know? And I don't think I even want that, you know? I've also never dyed my hair once in my life. It has always been the same dark brown that it is now. Never even had highlights, like never dyed it in even just like natural shades of hair color. It's just, I've just never had the inclination. And that's okay. I'd most likely be inked and pierced, but expensive. Yeah. No, I'm good. I pass. Not my thing. But that doesn't mean I don't love, you know, love looking, love seeing, you know. And when people I know do get a new tattoo that I've noticed, you know, I'll comment on it and then, you know, and then enjoy the story or the meaning behind it, you know, as they brighten up and tell me about it, you know. Most I've ever did with dye was just a stripe. I haven't even done that much. Kennedy, I've only dyed my beard. It's too soon for it to be as white as it is. Oh no. Oh no. I'm sorry. That's sad. Like, my brother-in-law has some white in his beard now, and I'm like, when did this happen? You shouldn't be going white already. Ziggy currently has neon pink hair. Heck yes. Rock that hair. My hair is dark chestnut, so I only did it once. Too much damage and upkeep. Ah, gotcha. I've done it none. I'm lazy when it comes to, like, I just don't have the interest in, like, hair products or makeup products or, like, daily looks. You know, I'll go through periods sometimes where I'll do myself up and make myself look, you know, look presentable if I want to, you know. Nobody's ever asking me to. I've never had a job that mandated my looks, and if I did, I think I would cry and die inside, you know. I have had, like, prior boyfriends that preferred a makeup girlfriend, and so, like, I was too young and stupid at that time to know any better, so I did, but not in recent years. Nope. I used to be a people pleaser, can you tell? That was a time in my life. Ziggy, I also have gray hairs at 23. It'd be great if it just fully went gray. Way easier to dye, right? That's either a bit early for gray hairs or that's your genetic predisposition. I've always like really, really loved when people go gray in their 20s. Like that's the most gorgeous type of gray. I knew a lady when I was growing up. Like I knew her by the time she was in like her 50s, right? So she'd been gray for decades at that point. But she went gray in her 20s, my mom said. My mom wasn't friends with her yet at that point in time, but she was just like this periphery acquaintance that she knew. And she went gray like in stripes. She went gray in stripes in her 20s, and it was gorgeous, and just watching the transition was fantastic. And like the last time I ever saw her, she dyed her hair red, and I'm like, what happened? And it was the first time she'd ever dyed her hair because, you know, she'd already been gray for 30 years. Like, she was tired of it. And so it was just a super huge shock because, you know, this gorgeous gray hair. I want to go silver. And I have a few already. I have like a little tiny bit of a rogue stripe happening. Like I have 4 or 5 or 6 hairs like right here. So it's not quite enough for a stripe, but I'm hoping it gets that way soon. Kennedy. Bummer with the beard is it only has to grow a little for the roots to show. Oh, just a tiny, tiny bit. Oh no. So that's like a constant dye job then. Oh, I'm sorry. Prince. Besides, my hair is a nice color with copperish tint. Never been unhappy with it. Yeah, haven't ever thought about mine either. My ex-wife only wore makeup for events, but our daughter usually wears it. Last time I wore makeup was for a job interview, like the end of 2019, I think. That was the last time I wore makeup. I don't think I even have any right now. I tossed it out because it all expired. That's what happened. Just stress and genetics. I believe you. You have a lot more stress at your age than I did when I was your age. I had like just graduated from college, and at that point things were still not as stressful as they are now. How is it 5 o'clock? What the heck? I've been streaming for 3 hours and I haven't taken a break yet. Oh my gosh, guys. Just genetics. My stepmom had gray at 18 and you have spider threads now. Spider threads, that's a good word for it. That's what I have then. But I want to go straight up silver, and I want crow's feet and smile lines, like so deep that like a high res photo of me you can see just every single one. That's what I want for my old age. Kennedy, I haven't dyed in a long time, but I must have grown and shaved a beard or goatee a dozen times since COVID. Oh, jeez. Some people can grow beards super fast and others can't grow them at all. It's just like random chance. All right, that's the last one for here. And the key with like clipping these off is to pull tight. That way it'll like bounce back into the beadwork. So you hold the threads as taut as you can as you snip them. it back and forth a little bit, and your threads are forever hidden. You can't ever see them on either side. Yeah, every now and then you'll get one that you can see, and you can always burn it back with a lighter if you need to, and they never come undone. Like, very, very, very rarely, and with like consistent tight pressure. Like, I once made a bracelet that was too tight for the person. Like, I'd made the bracelet and she asked me to make it shorter, and the shorter length ended up being too tight. So then I had to make it longer again for her. And that was the only time I've ever seen warp threads like this pull out, is because it was too tight for the person wearing it. And that was only after like 6 months of use, like daily use. This woman wears her bracelet all the time. Like, almost every time I see her, she's wearing it. And like, it's great. So these will be standing up next to each other on the bracelet. There'll be a row of loomwork in between, and these gray rows will be the row of loomwork that keeps them suspended in the bracelet. So there'll be like a row here and a row on either side. It'll all be gray. And then they'll like shake next to each other once there's a whole bunch of them. And then like, if I have it all standing up, I could just like knock the row of dominoes over, or the other way, knock it the other way. Prints. They really do look like spider threads. I thought that's what it was at first. Kennedy. Best friend can't grow a beard. Ah, nice tip, yes. The dominoes. Prints. I used to go full out Gotham makeup, but again, too expensive to do that all the time. But fun every now and then, right? Like, so you said falling dominoes, but doesn't that mean the dominoes are going to be all flippy floppy? The upholstery thread will keep them mostly upright. Also, I would have the option, after I've loomed in the base row, that I could, if they're still a little too floppy, I could individually mop and glow the dominoes. And that would stiffen them right up. So, where's the next one? Oh, excuse me. But you see how like loose this is before weaving it. I have the hiccups. So that's super loose. It's not quite as loose after you've woven it in. The tension goes up quite a lot. Too many things I want to start. Too many things to finish. Use the techniques you want to start with to finish off an old project. Like here. I wanted to make a new start with this color palette, but I used it on pieces that have been in my to-do pile forever, which are the little buttons. The little wooden buttons. Oh my gosh. Focus, doesn't want to focus. Oh, it was so great. No, this was Tuesday's stream. I watched Grand Budapest Hotel on Monday night then. Ooh, that turned out well. Have you not seen it yet? Oh my gosh. Prince, it's gorgeous. Look how nicely it just sits on the arm. I'm not going to clasp it right now, but it does fit. Adjustable clasp that I'm just holding in place. But oh, I love it. It's gorgeous. It's so great. I wish there'd been another button in this set. It would have completed out the color palette even better. And I could have had like a smaller clasp. But yeah, it turned out great. I really, really love it. It's just embroidery. The buttons are stitched down and reinforced with glue as well. And then it's just embroidered in 3 circles and then brick stitched with 1 circle and then attached with the accent beads and some loopies along the edges. Just like that. It has a vintage feel to the look too, right? Like what you would think of like advertising, like Mucha posters or something, right? Like Art Nouveau posters, but like it's more of like a boho like collagey kind of feel to it. I just had to stop the movie and pick out the colors, and then I continued with what I was working on that night. And then when I finished that, I was still awake, so I started on this. I super love it so much. It's my favorite finish of the week. RLB, hello! Welcome! I mailed your thing! I think I messaged you last night at the post office. But yeah, this piece turned out great. There's also a glare on that side. Turned out so good. Yes, I know. You guys want to see the other things I've been finishing? Yes, you did. I saw it this morning. Oh, goody, goody, goody. Yeah. So the tracking number's there for you to keep an eye on. But yeah, I am working on dominoes today. This is gonna be a domino bracelet where they're all lined up in a row on a piece of Loomwork, and they'll be able to like flap back and forth. And I have 8 of them right now. I'm planning on 56. That's a lot. I may not need all 56. I may need more, like 40 to 45, but we'll see. Things we do instead of sleeping. I have gone to bed at like between 2 and 4 in the morning every morning for the last forever. I need to wake up early on Monday morning, so that's gonna have to stop. So like tomorrow I have to go to bed like a normal person, but tonight I can still get away with late. I do most of my beading after 9 o'clock at night. Like that's when my second wind kicks in. It's like time for TV and beadwork, and it's like, okay body, I guess so, here we go. Which means, I go to bed at 3 or 4, which means I wake up at between 11 and 1 most days. So, like, I have a little bit of doing a hard task and doing exercising and eating, and then, like, maybe taking a break or taking a nap, and then late night beading is the rest of my day. You are not alone. Oh, good. I'm not. It's not just me. Or I'll be melatonin an hour or so before the time you want to go to sleep helps. It didn't for me. But that was also at a time where I was probably still working in coffee shops. So no wonder. I haven't tried melatonin in a long time. But I think I'm just a delayed sleep phase kind of person. I'm just the delayed sleep phase person myself. Okay, so these 2 are finished. They can go in my little bag. I also don't have a strict work schedule from an employer. Since I'm working for myself currently, I just go to bed when I'm tired, and then I sleep for as long as I need to. I don't have alarms unless I have something to do. Monday morning I have something to do. And then I just go to sleep when I'm tired again, whether it's naps, whether it's not naps, whether it's a full sleep. I just go to bed when I'm tired, and I wake up when I'm rested, and that's working great for me. And whatever time of day it is whatever time of day it is. I have sleep delay disorder, so 2 a.m. is bedtime. 2 a.m. We're the 2 a.m. club. 2, 3, sometimes 4. Yeah, RLB. I only use it now when I know my brain is too active and I need to sleep for work the next day. Fair enough. Kennedy, thank you for that follow. Thank you. Welcome to the bead box. Thanks for beating my friend. Okay, other finishes. So I finished this is my recent finish collection. It's a magical unicorn, so they're magical finishes. And thanks for the host, Prince. It's a little derpy unicorn. I have a hard time deciding if it's a mug or a planter. I got it for Christmas. Ixo's mom gave it to me. Let's see. Opal House. Stoneware mug. It says it's a mug and it's microwave safe. May get hot. And it's dishwasher safe. You're supposed to drink out of this, but it's such a wonky design that I would spill all over the place. So it's holding my recent finishes. Kennedy. I find makers making... gets my creative juices going. Haha, yes. I am making and finishing all the things like it's just been a good month for me. Other things I have finished. I made this several months ago, late at night, while watching the TV show You, and didn't finish until recently. I just put a barrette on it. Put a chain on it has been my motto this year. So it's a hair barrette. It'd be cool as like, you know, a little umbrella for like a tiny little cafe umbrella. And that's just a lot of work and I don't care. And there you go. It's finished. Tomato and bell peppers with cheese. Just don't make me hungry. But that is what it looks like. This is another recent finish. These are... I had a whole bunch of color palettes set aside that I planned on making. I ended up not making 2 of them because I just lost steam and didn't care after a while. But this is one of the ones I liked. This is the one I'm going to illustrate. The purples. These are beaded tiles with dangles, and I've gotten the bead count and bead size correct. So I'm basically rewriting an old tutorial where I had gotten the thread paths wrong. Like, this is a 3/4 inch backsplash tile, so they have grooves on one side or they have patterns on one side and they're flat on the other. You can wear them whichever way you like. But this is just a simple bezel with a simple dangle and a simple attachment method for the hoops. This is the end result of a tutorial. Of what a tutorial will look like. I love that. I know. The purple ones aren't for sale right now. Everything else here is for sale though. So we already saw the Grand Budapest Hotel bracelet. The purple and orange. Freaking love her. Here are the other earrings I absolutely loved. Absolutely loved. This one actually matches the piano hammer RLB. Somewhat. Similar colors. Green tiles. And these are teal beads, but they soaked up a lot of the green, so they look like a nice deep emerald green now because of the thread color and because of the surrounding beads. So these are a lot more blue on their own, but they are a lot more green in its present company. Woohoo. Finished my first earrings today. Hooray, Kennedy! My jewelry skills need some work. We all start at the beginning. You just gotta keep going. Just make more stuff and make more stuff and make more stuff until one day you realize, hey, I make good stuff. If, you know, you can make good stuff at the beginning too, but if you're like ever doubtful, you know, you just gotta make more stuff. Make good art. Probably, wow, it really does. Wow. I bet they would look great with that necklace. They probably would. Like, all right, guys, let's find the necklace. For those of you who don't know what necklace we're talking about, RLB purchased this last year? Year before? Last year. It was an entire stream make. There we go. This piece. Yeah, I think they'd be pretty good together. Like, there's a dark green in here that's not in there. And it's more of a copper than a gold, but they'd be pretty close. Can you tell I like found objects, guys? Leather feather style. Ooh, fun. Last year. And then another stream to add some length. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because you needed this to be longer so it would sit further down. And then I added more chain as well. Oh, man, that was such a good piece. Oh, yeah, this bit. How did I do that? I don't remember how I did that. That's not the best photo. I need one of the clasp. Oh, it was its own component. Okay. I'm like, I don't remember attaching a wavy thing to a circle thing, but it was soldered together as is, like that. Okay. I don't have another one of those. That's the only one of those I had. Made a great toggle, though. Look how gorgeous. So pretty. Anyway. Nice. I don't remember, but I love how they fit together. Yeah. yeah, that piece start to finish was fantastic. And I love this color palette just as nice, just as well. Actually, I'm gonna lower the exposure because it seems a bit bright. Okay. I might need those earrings. Well, they are for sale. The purple ones aren't right now. I need to illustrate these because I think that's a good tutorial piece. But there's these ones. All the tile earrings are $60 earrings. For anyone who's curious, I've got another set here. I've got 2 other sets in here. Because the stitching is the hardest part. The rest of it is just easy work. So I changed it up a little bit, and just the tile are hanging at the bottoms, and then there's this little circle and bead element. Probably need to glue that in place, honestly. I keep finding myself fixing it. But just like an open bead and circular element at the top. Back looks like that. You can have them face whichever way you want to. They're very nice. I love those colors. Yeah. They're just kind of seafoam, aqua colors. I love seafoam green. Seafoam green is a nice color. They don't have beads in it very often. But this Delica I have is the only seafoam bead I have. Except for what's in the bead soup. There's a couple in there. And that same color palette ended up making these earrings. I have a whip show and tell every week. These are finished show and tells. They were whips as of last week. They are finishes as of this week. I do a lot of beading at night, guys. A lot of beading. These I didn't plan to make. These are buttons Saren gave me. They were originally meant to be for a glow-in-the-dark piece of unknown construction. They just ended up matching this color palette perfectly, so that's what I ended up doing with them. Is just I didn't use the seafoam green, but I used the other colors. So they turned out nice. Just proportionally gorgeous with these little drops. Because these drops were originally going to go at the bottom of here with another bead in between. I took that middle bead out entirely from both earrings. But the drops ended up better on this piece. Ooh, my favorite green, the seafoam. Color palette with some dark brown accents would be great. It would be gorgeous. Or like a coppery dark brown. Ooh, them buttons are flashy. They're shiny. Yeah, they're kind of a satiny. Yeah, Saren sent me these and they happened to glow. This was like in that big bag of buttons that she sent me. I have 2 others. I may put them in a glow piece at some point, but I just put them in the rest of my buttons for now. There's more earrings. There's one more set of earrings in here. Or at least tile earrings. And that's these guys. These are the first ones. The ones that started them all this week. This is the pink and blue and amber I was working with. I think it was last Saturday's stream. Those colors stayed on my desk and they were haunting me most of the week until I sat down and I'm like, what do I have in my work on it pile that I can put these with? And the light blue tiles. And because of these earrings, all the others happened. That, and there was one night where I couldn't decide on a whip, so I asked my Discord, just give me a number 1 to 75, and they said 69, and so this was 69. And so I did all of those that night. But that was because I had already done this. I miss my buttons. What happened to your buttons? Nobody should be without buttons. Dude, everything I've shown so far has had a found object in it. Getting back to my roots, I suppose. Okay, this one's weird. This one is a bit much for me. I don't necessarily like it that much, but I finished it. I'll have to zoom out. Because holding it up is, hard. There we go. Untwisting. There's a toggle clasp, that's a button, and what used to be a fishhook earring in a heart shape. This has a bunch of reclaimed jewelry bits in here, like all these little birds. There we go. It's a lot. It's not my style. At the other house. Ah, your Discord is my kind of people. You're welcome to join if you haven't already. But yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, so here's this piece. This is the Washed Ashore necklace. Was the inspiration for this. Melanie Dowerman is the artist's name. I think I got something twisted up there. I did follow the instructions. I don't think in the end that I like the ribbon, but that's kind of the main one of the main components of the piece. This shell is a shell that IXO made. This stone got given to me. I did make a tiny bird's nest with the biggest bird, the mama bird, in the top there. Some peyote tubes, shell button. This was a found object earring that was in some bead stash I'd been given at some point. It's obviously handmade. Very obviously handmade. There's no other way. And then I did a whole bunch of wrapped loops, wrapped beads along the chain. Come on. And it just, I don't know. It's not my thing. It looks okay. It wears kind of funny. Somebody will love it, but that somebody is not me. It was fun to make at first, but then by the time I was working on it the second time, and with the intention of just finishing it, it wasn't fun anymore. But sometimes you can't have fun all the time. So somebody will like it. It's, oh, yeah, this side is the front, actually. There's a little star on the shell. Somebody will like it and take it home with them. Like, do not underestimate the power of the pieces you don't like. Right, these aren't actually finishes. These are just in there because I need to make my tutorial, and these are my example pieces for a tutorial I haven't finished yet. But I did recently put a chain on this one, so yay for me! Here's the last necklace, and then there's one more pair of earrings in there. This guy, let's come back in. It's just some glued together hexes with a little beaded component glued on top. I think I worked on this last Saturday. And this literally is just on a chain. There's no fanciness to the chain, it's just the pendant. There's a little bit of a nice little drop in the back here that matches. It's got some weight to it because it is hardware. Hardware is always going to be heavy. But yeah, these are just hex nuts. IXO glued them together one night while he was working and playing with all the hemp stuff. So it's kind of a collaboration between us. Super nice, super pretty, super pleasant little tiny thing. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. And the last, but never least, are some onigiri earrings. Onigirings. Does that work? Onigirings. These were test stitches from when I was designing the middle-sized piece here. Neither one of them are the final design, but these were test stitches where I was figuring out my bead placement. Love those, right? Aren't they delicious? And these are the medium size, so they have a little more of an impact than the tiny ones that I typically do. So, yeah. But they're super fun. So like a good chunk of this next week, this upcoming week, 2 weeks, maybe 3 or 4 even, I don't know. I'm trying to reach 100 listings on my personal website. So I am currently at, I think, 58. Some of those are duplicates because some things are in multiple categories. But I'm trying to get to 100 active listings, not total. Because total I've done like 62 or something. Or 68, I don't remember. But 100 total active listings. This is physical pieces, this is tutorials, this is everything. With the appropriate things on Etsy and Ko-Fi as well, like the made to orders and the tutorials will end up there as well. Oh yeah, I just need those out of there. But yeah, that's all the pieces that I've finished in the last week. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, maybe 12. I don't know. I've lost track. I haven't been keeping count. We are currently down to 60 whips of things that I have either started or planned to make. And by planned to make, I mean laid out and pulled out the focal pieces for them. I've abandoned a bunch of potential ideas, or like I had 2 other tile earring color palettes that I didn't really want to do in the end. So I put those away, and I put away a bunch of other things that are just like, this is more a component than it is a planned project. Does that make sense? Like this is an accent bead to something else in the far future. This is not something that needs to be made now. So like I reclassified my whips again. I knew what they were right away. Oh, the onigiri, yeah. A lot of people don't, but like this community, I would expect to know onigiri more than the people where I live, and they just look at it and they go like, what's that? Because they go, oh, pizza, watermelon, candy corn. Because those are my 4 basic food triangles. All right. I think I'm at the point where I have exhausted myself streaming. Like, I've streamed 4 hours straight. I didn't even take a break. Candy corn could be fun. I have those. I have some. Yeah. That's one of my whippies. That's the wrong one. I do have some unused candy corn. I'm probably going to put them all 3 in a bracelet. That would be the easiest thing to do. Just all in a row, all in a bracelet, be done with it. Because I've been going for the easy finish. Like, don't worry about, like, is this perfect? Just go about, is this an easy finish? And that's what matters. So, jump ring attachment assembly. I have silver jump rings that I can use, and that'd be perfect. That's all it needs. I do have a leftover grape from when I designed RLB's grape set. This one, I will make a matching grape for and make them earrings, because it's a nice size for earrings. So I'll make a matching earring for that one. I think it's just been sitting there since that commission, because the other one ended up on like a scissor fob, I think. So yeah, I know these are my little partially worked on components. All the macrame pieces Ixo made during Christmas, helping me with some Christmas inventory. These are just the ones I didn't get around to. This was me learning how to use, what's it called? Diagonal tubular peyote stitch. Little starfish. This was my keychain for the longest time. This is male and female slime. But I beat it up for a few years, so I'm going to restitch it for myself. This was my other keychain, which has also gotten some wear and tear, and I need to restitch it for myself. Or change up the colors. Changing up the colors could be cool too. It's just for me. Just like 2 Monties. A little piece of metal work I haven't ever finished. Scissor fob and a needle minder. And some stitch markers. Right, but I don't know why I ended up with an extra grape. Unless I made 2 the same size and realized the magnet wouldn't fit on this one, so I had to remake the big one. I think that might have been what happened. I don't remember. And I got lots of little, like, small, tiny things that are just, like, they just kind of are. Like, I ran out of gem duos on this, but this is, like, earring sized. Because I had made matching earrings for one of those necklaces I made. But I don't have any white gem duos, so I can't make another one. So it's just like, I have this one thing. Which might be cool. Hanging from here, maybe. So a lot of the reason that my whips have, like, drastically reduced in numbers, because I've combined several of them together that I didn't initially plan on having be together. But it works, you know, like, that could be okay with that. I could go around it with, like, a row of blue beads and, like, unify it and make it, ideas. That might work, though, you know? Like, I could incorporate these colors into this and then finish off the necklace and it would work, and I just used the one thing. Kennedy, different strokes. Some people like Starry Night, others like dogs playing poker. True that. True that. I think I'm leaning towards the dogs playing poker part of my life now. I feel like Starry Night's a bit too much is happening there. So yeah, I might keep those two together. I'll leave them out on my table together. I think I still have those bead colors. But yeah. And that's just how the inspiration happens. Not sure how I'd finish off some of the rest of this, but I could figure it out. I can go over there. But I think I'm done streaming. Like, as far as beading, I'm done beading. Ooh. I hope everybody's had a good Saturday. It's been a nice chill stream for me. I have talked so much. I don't think I even chugged any water. That's my problem. RLB has beads, a few here and there. They're the ends of the butterfly antenna. Is this on, like, the alphabet sampler, right? Like, the blue one. Are you working on the blue one or the pink one? I'm pretty sure. That's one I'm thinking of. Oh, yeah. No, I need to stop talking. Well, I need to stop beading anyway. The blue one, I thought so. Guys, let's see. Where are we at? It's a butterfly antenna, so that would be these beads. This is turning out so nice. Just a couple beads, not many. I like it. Oh, I like different stitch types along here. I don't remember what those are called. You've been doing them for, like, the Esther's Wave sample, but these look like half of that, right? That's cute. Oh, yeah, all sorts of different stitches. Look at all the miters. So many. I like the blue one. I think it's nice. I like the pink one too, but I think I like the blue one more. I usually choose pink over blue, but I like looking at the blue. I would hate making it. Blue is not my favorite. No. I haven't had any solidly blue projects in a minute, and so I'm very happy about that. I was a little hesitant to start using the blue bead mat, but I was so tired of the green that I think it's worth it. Whew, I need to breathe. I have been talking. Oh, there's a yawn. Alright. Friends. Who else is live? I'm not a pink person, and I love blue. I'm not a favorite color person. I like all the colors. I work with color. It's just a huge part of my art form. And I can't blend like you can with painting. You can't mix beads. It doesn't work. They don't physically... they don't blend. So it's very important to choose shades of colors that you enjoy or know will work well together or something. Or I'll be also not usually a fan of yellow, but I love the blues and browns against that yellow. That's cool. I love mustard. Mustard yellow is great. It's a great neutral for all sorts of things. And it works great with navy blue and like cornflower blues. It's a scrumptious color palette. Bright yellow, you just gotta be going all out for stuff. Alright, so here's our current stopping point for the domino bracelet. So we have 2 finished dominoes. We only have 54 left to make. I'm trying to pretend the monotony's not going to happen, but I'm lying. Goldenrod, yes. But I like the deeper mustard. Only 54. Only. Hey, Liz, this is my only start I have done this year. Give me a break. Are you proud of me? You gonna exclamation point whip to see what I'm down to? Do you want to know? Have you been here? Did you already learn the answer? Hello, Liz. The Queen of Whips saying only 54. Singular. There it is. 59. Until I started this last night. So that 59 was accurate right before I started this. So we're at 60. 60. I guess I'll have to update it. Let me do that. Last count. I am so proud of myself. My goal is to get under 50. My goal is to get under 50 before I have to go back to the markets, because the markets are going to up that number all over again. But I can't go to the markets because our case counts are too high in town for personal preference. Hi. BP still makes me feel great about the amount of whips I have. That's my existence. That's my job, to make everybody else feel like their 8 or 12 whips are nothing. But guys, like, a lot of my pieces are so small, that I can finish them in a day. Fair, to be honest about markets. Yeah. So, yeah. Our case count is probably the highest it's ever been here. I'd have to go back to like the first wave to double check those numbers. But if it's not at the highest, it's super close. I think it's the highest. It's even higher than last week. I thought it was going to go down at least a little bit this week, and it didn't go down. So maybe next week, it'll start going down. 8 or 12. I wish. I'm just saying an average of what I know people have. Some people. It really depends on the medium, though. So, like, it is not uncommon for beaders to have a lot of stuff, like those little boxes I had of just partially finished things that are a component, or you were learning a stitch, or this is like a sample, or this is like a test thing, or you're experimenting with an idea, and then you finish off the component like this. And then you just never come back to it. Well, technically, JD Ixo made this one. But I made this one. And I'm going to combine them together. So, you know, once I finish this necklace, I'll have 58 whips instead of 60, you know, because I've combined a bunch of them together that could work together, you know. So I'm not doing one at a time. Sometimes I'm doing 2 or 3 at a time together, you know. Yeah. I'm working towards a finish now, though. So yay! Yeah, you look super close on that butterfly stitch, though. Congrats! Kennedy, yeah, a leather worker who makes armor probably has fewer pieces than one who makes bracelets. Exactly. And like, I imagine if you're a leather worker making lots of bracelets, you'd have to do them assembly line or production method. You know, especially if you're like an art fair vendor and you have to have like 50 bracelets for each show in order to have enough selection for people to choose and buy their favorites, right? Then you'd have to be making 10 or 12 at a time, right? that's how my brain would approach it. I've never done much leather work. Any leather work? No, I haven't ever learned how to tool. I think it'd be fun. But I don't want to have to buy specialty tools at this point in time, you know. Unless I had, like... Unless I had taken a workshop and gained an interest in it enough to continue, you know. But I have no access to workshops, so... Whoopties! Yes, whoopties! So we have 2 gorgeous dominoes, and we only have 54 left to make. Only. In Liz's mockery of my speech. Only, I would say only 54, right? No, like, I told Desky the other day that I was going to make this project. And she was like, you know you're going to hate it by the end, right? I'm like, shh. We're not talking about monotony yet. Shh. For those of you who are curious what the project is, if you just got to stream, I am making the tag bracelet by Sharon Bateman. This piece. This is Contemporary Loom Beading. I don't know why the title of the book never sticks in my head. By Sharon Bateman. This is a library book of mine. But I'm making this, but instead of this abstract design, I'm doing dominoes. Because Ixo leaned over while I was looking at this page specifically and said, you should do dominoes. And so our stream is all about making stupid Ixo ideas. So, here we go. Thankfully, because I probably would have hated anything else other than dominoes. Did I end up 56, 2 full sets. A set is 28, and I wasn't sure 28 was going to be enough, so I charted 56 in graduating color patterns. So the order in which they're charted is the order in which I'm going to add them to the bracelet until I have enough for my wrist size, in which case I will stop, and any leftover dominoes at that point are going to be used in other stuff. Yeah. Or it was an Ixo suggestion. That makes so much sense. Could do a poker one too. Oh, I'm good. No, like playing cards. I've thought about beaded playing cards before. Oh, poker chips. No. Like I have good fond memories of dominoes. I don't have good fond memories of like poker chips. We're good. Like I'd take a commission for poker chips, but it's not something I do on my own. Dominoes, I absolutely love. Like, my family plays chicken foot all the time. I grew up playing dominoes. I grew up with the big black and white dominoes, just stacking them into castles and towers and, you know, all sorts of things that fall down and just lining them up and knocking them over. So this is more of a fun, goofy, sentimentally happy, make yourself laugh kind of project. And so far, I really love it, and I'm having a good time. But I also need a nap. And probably food. Bezeled poker chips will make a neat bracelet. I did. True. With a Z instead of a V. Bezel. B-E-Z-E-L. Yeah, and that would be easy to do it just like this, you know? To go around the edge. Depending on like how decorative it is up to the edges of the poker chip, because you wouldn't want to cover up too much detailing on the inside. Depends on how elaborate the bezel would be. That could work. But like I said, I have no fondness for poker chips, so it would be a commission-only kind of thing. Just throw ideas out there. I have no no idea about execution or materials. True. And, you know, throw ideas out there. Sometimes they stick and I make them. And that's terrifying. Like the bat carrying away the candy corn. That was one of you guys. Kennedy, the only dominoes I don't understand are the ones near me. You live in New York City, people. Why are you ordering dominoes? You have world-class pizza in your Fair. But come on, man. We need the kicker sauce. That's the only real reason to order from Domino's is you want the kicker sauce. The Domino's in my town does not deliver to me. We found this out the night we moved in. We had to settle for Papa John's that day. And we're too lazy to go get Little Caesars, so. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. But like, world-class pizza everywhere? Everywhere? Oh. 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 Okay. Where are we? Do we know of any other beaders live? I asked jokingly. There's someone I know does bead but isn't right now. 2 people that only like casually bead. I don't know who else is live. Give me the Chicago style pizza, thanks. Pizza. Stop making me hungry. We just did grocery shopping today. Or well, Ixo did. I was asleep. I can't grocery shop while I'm asleep. What other crafters and creators do we guys have? Anybody have recommendations? It is Saturday, so my usual peeps are not like live. Gotta go for now, Tam. I love you, Gally. Miss you bunches. Hope your day's good. Chicago style is group. It's a different thing altogether. Yeah, well, I like all pizza, but I haven't had a true Chicago style pizza because I don't live in the north. So you guys fight all you want about your pizzas, but you don't have to live in the deep south. So, RLB, nope, mostly because I'm logging out and having food. Okay, have a nice night, everyone. Thanks for stream, VP. Thanks for being here, RLB. Hello, Crafty. You've been lurking. Okay. Because I'm about to say, like, I'm about to head out. I have been talking nonstop for like 4.5 hours. I need a break. I grew up on Chicago style. I grew up on cafeteria pizza. We did not eat out a lot when I was a child. There was not much budget for that, so most of the pizza I had was either cafeteria pizza at school, so square pizza. And there was sometimes my mom would make pizza from scratch, so that was good. Homemade's always great. Yeah, I don't know any of these people. And most of this is not something I would watch on my own. Because, you know, an hour from Chicago and all while growing up. Right? I know where you live. Yeah, well... Nothing is popping up at me too much here. And without any like raid suggestions, I think I'll just probably end stream and go take a nap at 5:51 p.m. I wanted to go for a walk today. Oh no, I guess we'll do that tomorrow. Night. I will bead you all later, guys. Thanks for keeping me company while I work on this monotonous bracelet. It's not too monotonous. It's not too bad. But this is my first start of the year after having finished plenty. So I don't feel too bad about that. We are at 60 whips now. Not too bad, not too bad. We're clearing them out. We're aiming for under 50 by the time I have to go back to the market, which means by the time that the COVID numbers are safe enough for me to venture out into the wilds, we're hoping to have under 50 whips. So, Squidgecraft is amazing things with paper. Squidge, how do you? Let me copy paste that. It doesn't like me. The click reply button is in my way. Let me see who this person. SQUDGE. There we are. That is a paper. What kind of amazing things we talking about? Looks like collage from what I see. Paper and mixed media. That works for me. That is a oh so hard. Oh so hard for my little brain. Cannot always handle that. Okay. We'll go to see them then. Let me get that raid started. SQUDGE. Alright, I'll start this raid. I will bead you guys later. I hope you have a fabulous night. And I'll see you Tuesday. Bead you later.
Vanishing Pearl! Whoa! Welcome! Thank you so much for the raid! Hello, welcome in! Lovely to have you here!